Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Doug Martin is on his way.
Okay.
Jackson screwed up.
Oh, this is on the boy?
Jackson apologized to the audience and do it now. Boy.
I do apologize. So usually Martin will text me like at 6 in the morning being like, hey, I'm up. Like that's like, he's like, hey, don't worry, I'm coming.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And if I don't get that by about 6:30,
right,
the protocol is I give him a call.
Yeah,
like,
where was that call this morning?
It wasn't there, and that's on me, you know? I got to eat it.
I've got an alarm clock that stopped working, too.
What happened to your alarm clock?
It's worked for 15 years, and I set it.
Like an actual alarm clock, not your phone? Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I do both. I do my phone and the alarm clock, but I always trust the alarm clock more than the phone. And now the alarm clock doesn't work. But luckily, I always wake up like 2 minutes before the alarm is supposed to go off anyway.
My body does the same thing.
Yeah.
Like if I don't set my alarm, if I
Do you
forget.
use your phone?
Yeah. But sometimes I forget to set my alarm.
Bill.
But I'll still wake up. Like my body's just so used to waking up at the exact same time every
Doug, I
day.
use the Sleep Cycle app, and there is a 30-minute window that when I start a stirring, it knows that I'm moving. Therefore, I'm not in REM sleep. So therefore, the electromagnetic waves to my, what you call
heaven's sakes.
all-powerful brain are not disturbed to feel poor during the day. And up I go. I enjoy my coffee, check the updates on Brazzers, and then come in here and entertain the millions and millions of TMA listeners who love this program.
It seems like a complicated way to wake up.
And I also have a net that if that doesn't go off for whatever reason, then I have the alarm from the iPhone set as well.
And to think it was just a couple generations ago where our forefathers waited for the rooster to start crowing to wake them up.
Yeah. Look how far we've come.
Come a long way. Except now I've gone backwards because mine, frankly, doesn't work.
Solutions for Doug's alarm clock problem. Text them in, 314-399-9646. Good news. On Tuesday, if you do not have an Air Comfort Service text inbox name, Jackson on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and maybe he'll be sporting and carry it on to the next week. Would that be September 8th? That'd be September 8th?
Yeah, I'll go till Monday the next week.
Sporting.
Oh, okay.
I am sporting.
That's a Lady Bing Trophy winner over there.
That's right.
Well done.
And showing more sportsmanship so you can get your name saved. But don't try to do it today.
No, not today.
Not today. 314-399-9646. Call in. Hold Jackson accountable for not waking Martin up on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. And Doug, the phone calls got to Gabe last night.
Oh, no.
They did.
He didn't do his show topless, did he? He might after as badly as it went. Did it go well or no?
We've got a lot of audio from the Colonel's postgame show. We'll sprinkle throughout today's Stiefel Dossier. The Stiefel Dossier is what I would describe as a Jim Dandy, borderline real program.
Really?
Damn near robust.
What do we got?
You tell them. I mean, you can peacock around your dossier maybe to distract from your failure on waking Martin up.
For sure. So obviously we'll be talking a lot of Missouri football with the win yesterday. Gabe's post-game show was delightful. We'll have plenty of that.
They were not happy on Gabe's post-game show.
They
And
were
then Gabe was not. And then Gabe was not happy with them.
Yeah.
And then Gabe was not happy with people's football knowledge.
It was just magical.
What would they have to be upset? Heartbroken, maybe.
Don't you're interrupting Jackson's dossier.
Okay, sorry. I could not be any sorrier.
This is his resume, real dossier.
This is the one, you know.
All right.
Heads up, Helena.
You're going to go to Helena?
I could see myself in Big Sky Country. Joe Vitale will be joining us at 8 o'clock.
There you go. Schaefer Doors, Joey Vitale.
Yep, courtesy of Big League Impact, which is having their fantasy football draft next week. Kyle Gibson, former Missouri Tiger himself.
Yeah, he probably was loving the win against Central Arkansas.
At 8:45, Gabe DeArmond, he of the postgame show.
Yes.
And of PowerMizzou.com at 9:15.
James Carlton. That's at 9:15.
We'll also have the drops of the week up in there. Plenty of sporting world news.
Sporting world news.
Bitterman's Roundtable.
A little Bitterman's Roundtable, a preview of this weekend in college football, which might be the best damn week one in college football history.
Wow.
And then,
take.
And then a Design Air Heating and Cooling email today that's up for snatch grabs. As Buck Swope and Riot Stat are tied at 5 wins apiece on the last day of August.
Last day of the month.
Okay, boy,
It's
that
the
is
first
exciting.
of the month. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Bone Thugs at Harmony. They'll join us in the studio on Tuesday.
Thank you to Stiefel for providing the dossier today.
Yeah, and Stiefel Classic next week. Doug, also, today is the last day to apply to be the TMA Listener of the Month for August. So great news. You can keep your anonymity. That was something I was against, but Doug loves when people keep their anonymity.
No, I want to hear government names.
Go to tmastl.com, and then you can sign up, and you can join the likes of who, Jackson?
Oh, so many of our lovely winners.
Little Beer Cats.
Little Beer
He's
Cats.
a winner in 2025, but his father, Beer Cats, won in 2023. Father-son.
Alan Dadeville has won Listener of the Month.
Georgia. They're going to
go.
put it on the Thundering Herd between the hedges tomorrow.
Buck Swope has won, I believe, several times.
Legend. Perhaps the greatest listener of all time.
Could be. Yeah, he's right up there.
The Baldwin Beer Bitch has secured a Listener of the Month before, as has the Lipstick Lass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, many female listeners to this program.
Diverse.
Just exciting is all it is, really.
I'm fired up.
TMASTL.com is where you go. Doug, Missouri winning last night 61-6 over Central Arkansas. The spread was 36.5, so I know you're putting 5 units on that. You doubled up the bankroll and didn't even have to sweat in order to get it. I say Missouri, Central Arkansas, and I say it took place on Thursday, August 28th, 2025, and your headline is what?
The Bo Perbula coming out party, I would say.
Jackson.
He could not have looked any better.
Jackson, what would you say the headline is?
Yeah, I would say feeling pretty confident with Bo under center.
This is interesting. And I realize because I'm not running for office, I don't necessarily give St. Louis sports fans what they want. I give them what they need.
Oh.
The story's the injuries.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how it's not. But you two pumping sunshine up everybody's asses here this morning makes me want to take a break.
Well, I would say on the injury front, and maybe why it isn't the lead to me necessarily, we don't know the extent.
Were you worried about the Central Arkansas outcome?
No, not at all. But I don't know. We don't know the extent. Obviously, it looks real bad.
Sam Hornan playing quarterback ever again, and Missouri now is trusting a true freshman kicker, which might be a bigger problem. It's a big problem, boys.
Well, I'm not saying it's not. I don't know the extent. I don't think we don't know the extent.
Okay.
I haven't heard the extent of Craig's injury.
Can I get a predictionary? Can I bankroll the predictionary?
We can throw a predictionary down there.
Sam Horn, done. Doug, do you call him Craig the Leg? Done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
I think, Horn definitely.
And that's a problem. I mean, there's just no other way around that. But hey, if I'm in the minority, I'm happy that I'm in the minority. But to me, that is.
I'm heartbroken for Horn.
I really am.
To finally get a chance. All the years he's practiced, he gets such a small window of your life to get to play a sport like that, and to go out on the first play, it's heartbroken for him. Big picture, I'm not sure he would have played much anyway, as good as Perbula looked. I think Perbula would have won the job. So in the big picture, it might not affect the team at all. The kicking situation certainly could, if Craig is out for any extended period of time.
Yeah.
So I feel horrible for Horn, for sure. But I think in the big picture, it looks like they've got themselves a really good quarterback. He could not have been any better. Now, I know this was the freshman playing against the varsity, and other way around, the Cardinals playing against their minor league team in a way, and I don't like the whole system.
Cardinals playing against the Pirates?
No, a low minor league club. But I don't know what you could have seen about Bo Perbula that you didn't just love last night. He looked fantastic.
Well, you knew that Sam Horn was going to be the starter per the Warson Woods Wacko.
I didn't know that. I don't think he was going to be.
Do you not trust his reporting?
No.
Oh, my God.
No, I don't.
God. Statement. Good call on Sam Horn, Wacko. Go back to your pay-as-you-play country club. I'm sure your kids think it's great when their dad is getting bottle service at a college bar. Keep hanging around, old man. You might make a sorority girl laugh with cringe as you give her a shot of Fireball. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Gosh. Unbelievable.
He certainly moved that to the next level. A guy who simply predicted who the quarterback was going to be, and now he's trying to get sorority girls drunk? I'm not sure that's fair.
You said he. That was from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue
That's
mom.
a guy, yeah. Iron worker, Granite City way.
I think where the injuries really get a little scary is how Bo Perbula was kind of getting hit last night. That's what has, because then you have a true freshman who's coming off a bad injury himself as your main backup, and then Tommy Locke after him. So that is concerning for sure.
Harrison's brother Master says the Wacko owes me $100. Did we book that bet?
I can't. I'm not booking listener side action. That seems like a losing battle.
I suppose we'll never really know who won the battle.
It kind of works out for the Warson Woods Wacko.
Yeah, because he can always claim, well, Horn would have been the guy had he not gotten hurt.
Right. Yeah, it sucks. I'm heartbroken for that guy.
Gabe was not happy with the callers last night on the postgame show who were not happy with the play call of having Sam Horn run. Jackson has a wide variety of samplings from the Colonel's postgame show. Colonel will be with us at 9:15. Papers, I'll yield to you to go whichever direction you want to go here with the Colonel, because Doug, he was not happy with the callers who were not happy with Eli Drinkwitz and Kirby Moore.
Yeah, because we're talking Sam Horn, let's go to the Sam Horn call on the, I believe this is the maiden voicemail of the 2025 season.
You like that, the maiden voicemail?
I don't mind it, I guess.
Gerard, do you want to hang out for a few voicemails before you go, right?
Yeah, we're good. Let's go.
All right, let's hit it.
There's always something that somebody can find this lineup that works for what they're looking at.
Who's a genius that put Sam Horn in the Wildcat?
All right, cut it off. I'm done.
He's had
We
enough.
just addressed that. I'm not listening to the rest of that. That's a terrible call. It's football. Please call next time.
This is brutal.
Gosh,
Doug, it's
right
tough
off
when
the hop.
the first phone call of the season, a season that will include, it could be a feisty little situation next Saturday in Columbia with the arch rival Jayhawks. Pack a lunch for that post-game show if Missouri loses. Also, then 2 weeks later, the Heisman Trophy candidate Lenora Sellers coming to town. And then 3 weeks later, Roll Damn Todd coming to town, a trip to the Plains to take on War Eagle the following week. And, of course, Oklahoma, A&M, and Sam Pittman's Woo Pig Sea Cup. So with that all established, it's tough when the first call, the Colonel's cutting it off.
Right. It could be a long season.
Also, and I don't know if this is included in the selection, the Colonel was upset with people calling it the Wildcat because it wasn't the Wildcat.
He's a quarterback. That's a design run, maybe, but not a Wildcat.
Right.
So did he just not take any calls after that?
no,
That was going to be
It
it.
took
huh?
plenty.
plenty.
But we'll sprinkle.
Okay.
There'll be some sprinkle. There's 4 voicemails I have cut. All 4 of them are amazing. Truly.
Doug, the play call with Sam Horn, it was not the Wildcat. It was an RPO. Your thoughts?
Unfortunately, it's football. You're going to get hit. You never know. Some guys play 15 years and never have a serious injury, and some guys go down on the first play. You just never know. If you're going to play in this offense, you're going to have to run some as a quarterback. I could see an argument, maybe have him hand off, just get in the game, just get warmed up a little bit, just do a few things before you take off running. I guess you could make that argument. But you can't blame anybody. The guys get tackled on every play. Running backs, quarterbacks, whoever's got the ball is probably going to get hit and hit hard on almost every play.
I want to give a take because that's the gig. The gig is to scream.
Mm-hmm.
And then when challenged with a fact that might provide that what I'm screaming about is wrong, double down and then insult the caller or texter personally. That's the business model. That's the pro forma that we've built out.
Okay.
The truth is, I see both sides. I don't dismiss the idea that it was bringing risk in unnecessarily because it was not like what Prabula was doing, which was scrambling, and he was doing some great scrambling. He Michael Vicked it for that touchdown. I mean, again, it's Central Arkansas. He's probably not Michael Vicking it again, with the exception of the Foliage Bowl at the end of the month. But yeah, no, he was able to do it against Central Arkansas. But in this case, it's an RPO, so it is a called run play. Sam Horn, I thought, was just playing in the second half, but obviously they had scheduled that to have him come in, run that play. So in that sense, it's unfortunate. But on any play, anything can happen in this game, and that is unfortunately the nature of it. But because of the way in which it happened, you start focusing on who to blame. That's what goes on. And so then whether it be Moore or Drinkwitz, they catch blame for something that, in reality is the nature of the risk overall of the game. So I can't scream about it one way or the other. My real emotion is I am gutted for that guy. It's Aaron Rodgers against the Bills on Monday Night Football in his first game against or at MetLife Stadium for the Jets. I mean, this guy battled to get back, delayed his baseball career, even though he signed with the Dodgers. Just the Washington Post just did a detailed story on him this past weekend about playing football, even though he signed with the Dodgers. And just the look on his face, he knew. And initially, if you were watching it closely, I was watching it closely, and I realized that's, Thursday Night Football, SEC Network, Missouri, Central Arkansas. You're not getting Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson on the call. My God, there was a lot of confusion as who was playing for Missouri throughout the course of that broadcast. It was clear to me he was hit awkwardly on that play if you were watching it. and they didn't really get around to it, and he was asking for help initially from the referee to call him up or help pull him up, and then he did, and then he went back down. So I think initially he didn't think it was what it turned out to be. I think it was Power Mizzou's photographer got a shot of him in a full leg brace and on crutches after he had exited the game. And, it's just devastating because he had worked his ass off to get back to play football after having Tommy John surgery on his arm to play baseball. And his Missouri career most likely ends throwing 8 passes.
We'll never really know what kind of player he could have been.
He played with Travis Fisher in high school, and I mean he's a star recruit. But I'm truly gutted for the guy. Yeah. And this isn't because he's a Missouri guy. I just happen to follow Missouri closer than anybody else. It's really sad. It's really I am truly gutted for him.
And as a right-handed pitcher, that's his push-off leg, too. I hope it doesn't affect his pitching ability. Yeah. I'm sure it's the Dodgers' worst nightmare, his worst nightmare, everybody's worst nightmare on that one play.
Yeah. And then with regard to Blake Craig, the kicker, he's on the field. You will see kickers make tackles. That's what happened on that play. That's, kicker doesn't go running off the field after he kicks the ball. Sometimes he is the last line of defense, and he made the play. And unfortunately, there is a chance that he is done for the season.
And he's a heck of a kicker, too. He is really good.
2 big kicks.
Really good.
That.
Yep. So that's a real situation. How many games last year Missouri was 3-1 in the tight games last year. The one loss being at South Carolina that you're sitting and you're counting on the kicker late. And now you most likely are trotting out a true freshman in that situation. Mm-hmm. That is probably a bigger deal. It's also something that most people this morning aren't thinking about. If you're a casual fan, you see they won 61-6. But if you're following it closely, that is a substantial situation. The Horn one is the one that's going to get attention, but if it was going to be Perbula's job anyway, and I, of course, trust the reporting of the Warson Woods Wacko, so I feel like the starting quarterback was knocked out. But either way, you go down to a freshman kicker. Now, maybe this guy's a wizard, but the Colonel said in his postgame show he has no idea who the man is. But he is now the kicker for Missouri. Bobby Meyer.
Well, unfortunately, injuries are a huge factor in football as to who goes all the way, who has a big year, who doesn't.
Yeah.
It just is. And usually if you're going to have a big season and have a chance to win a conference title or get into a playoff or take a run at the national championship, your key players have to stay healthy. They just have to.
Yeah. Craig's looked fluky. Like it just is it just happens. Like he's making a play, Barrett, like it just goes down.
Right.
It's like fluky and it just sucks. Like there's nothing anybody in Central Arkansas did wrong. Nothing Blake Craig did wrong. Just making a play, gets hurt. Like it sucks.
Martin Kilcoyne has joined the program, and we've already held Jackson accountable for not waking you up. But if you want to go after him, please do.
The system broke. Apologies. But I got to say, this is a good show. I might take some Fridays off just to audit.
Rich Gould.
Did Rich Gould have it in his contract that he was off Friday?
No, and that was the reason he was terminated.
They'll do it.
He just decided he would take Fridays off.
Junior, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do Monday through Thursday. You guys do Friday. It'll be good for you. I'm going to take them off.
You get some,
never let management know.
Get some added reps that
That's
way.
That's right, exposure.
It made it sound like it was to your benefit.
Absolutely.
Show sounded great. I have to tell you, I was out cold, and I heard a noise, and I shot out of it, and I was like, what time? Oh, my God. It was like 6:45. I'm like, what is going on? It was a text from Lutz Pfannenstiel at 6:45.
Really? 6:45?
That's what woke me up. I have to be honest with you.
So if Lutz doesn't text you, you're still in slumber.
He said he didn't grab his phone since Monday, since he was terminated, not for taking Fridays off, but for a losing soccer club.
Sure.
And so I looked at it, I'm like, why is he texting me? And I thought it was 5:45. I'm like, why is he I'm like, oh my God, it's 6:45. And then my first thought was, well, this is Jackson's fault.
100%. We have a system.
We have a system.
We have a system.
Good for you.
I sent an emoji, usually around 5:58, 6:03.
And it's a Wes Anderson gif?
Sometimes. And he doesn't respond, but he just knows we're good.
Yeah.
And the system is at 6:30. If he has not received said emoji, he calls me. But it's fine. I'm kidding.
What time did you get home last night from work?
Last night, we were sitting there. Producer Dave and I were breaking it all down. I probably got home at midnight last night, which is later than normal. Mm-hmm. But I've got a routine. And my wife even said she was getting up. She said, "You never do this." And I said, well, I was in a deep sleep dreaming about Mizzou's national championship, and yes. I can't.
No matter how many years you do it, work late and get up early, it's still a struggle every morning.
I have to tell you, though, tough. Most days I shoot out of bed. I'm good.
Yeah.
And today I was in a deep slumber, and thank you, Lutz, for the morning text.
Otherwise, you'd still be asleep.
And then I started.
I was about to call you right as you texted.
It's fine. It's fine. Enjoyed the show. Much like Lou Brock.
Hunchback of Von Castle says, I thought Martin quit, and I can't blame him based on how Jackson treats him. Hunchback of Von Castle.
The alliance has never been stronger.
Damn right.
Many have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Already 216 in there. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. John Scores is talking to Joey Vitale's Gooner module. AM is in there and says season's over, I guess. It says it's over. I don't know.
Why would you think it's over? There is a positive side. Bo Prabula came in, and yes, it's Central Arkansas, but he looked fantastic. He did everything you could possibly want a quarterback to do in a game, no matter who it was against. You know, it does matter, but he couldn't have been better. They looked awfully good, and maybe the freshman kicker's okay. Maybe the main kicker, Blake Craig, is not injured as badly as we think he is. There's hope here. It's not over.
And they've got some weapons. The key was, did they have a quarterback who can get the ball to a Marquise Johnson? And it's pretty funny because there'd been a narrative about Bo Prabula that he doesn't throw a deep ball, which I don't know how you even know that. The guy's thrown, 50-some-odd balls at Penn State, and they alluded to that on the broadcast. My favorite Bo Prabula moment was in the postgame on SEC Network, and the reporter is talking to Eli Drinkwitz and Bo Prabula. They do this a lot in college sports. Yeah. The player stands next to the coach and waits his turn. And she said, all right, come over here, buddy. And I don't know if I've ever heard a reporter say, come over here, buddy.
Maybe she didn't know who he was.
Whatever player's standing there. Get over here. So if the phone lines open up, Jackson, and we don't have time to audit them, just say, all right, buddy. What do you got, buddy?
I saw her dancing in the pregame show. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
She was marching in the middle of marching Mizzou and took some boy's trumpet.
Clip that off. Warson Woods Wacko Martin has issued a statement. And here it is as follows on the morning after. This is an exclusive, by the way, so we want to be credited. Horn would have won the job. Nobody can ever tell me otherwise. We now have a backup quarterback that went to prom 6 months ago, and his mom drove him to practice 2 years ago. You cannot say I'm wrong. Piss off, stay-at-home Ledoux, self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Do your job and wait, and then it gets a little graphic about what he thinks she should do, and wait for your trust fund yuppie husband. That is the Warson Woods Wacko going after the listenership and specifically the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and her monogramming business.
Wouldn't we all have enjoyed a trust fund?
Yes.
Well, that was a quick answer from
that was interesting.
The desk of Jackie B. The desk of Jackie B was quick to say yes. Yeah. Did the Warson Woods Wacko, Tim, the phrasing there said would have won the job. I thought per the reporting he had won the job.
Wow.
I'm just asking.
Wow.
I am asking for clarification because I don't think we were under the premise that it was still a battle. It had been decided per the reporting, as I recall.
Yeah. Defense rests its case.
That's it? The defense is done?
I got nothing.
Predictionary, what you got? Well, I believe Jackie B at his desk said it would be Bo Prabula.
I was trusting the reporting of the Warson Woods Wacko.
Might be a push because of the injury. I mean, we truly will never know.
You think Vegas would take that bet off the table and nobody would cash in?
I don't know if they'd ever put it on the table, but
boy, if you bet Missouri last night, you got paid. I just couldn't. Oh, you were able to find it with your high school bookie? Really? Like the neighborhood guy?
Yep.
It was so great that my mom texted me on my dad's behalf to try to find a place to bet Missouri. My offshore operation, it wasn't up.
Yeah, I had to do some digging. There's like an FCS section that you had to look through.
It was on South Florida.
Yeah.
So that I didn't expect it to be that, though. South Florida beat the hell out of Boise State.
You just picked Mizzou to win?
No, 38.5.
Oh, get to 38.5?
Kicked off at 38. Yeah.
That would be the total points or Mizzou's points?
Mizzou spread.
30, yeah,
They
that
would
was probably
win
a
by
pretty
that
safe
total.
bet.
Oh, yeah. I had,
So you won thousands?
yeah, a couple thousand.
Did
Oh,
you really?
congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
You getting bottle service or what this weekend?
Well, now that just got me right. So now I'm good for this
you were in the
weekend.
hole.
Yeah, now I'm good for this weekend.
If you decide not to claim it, I'll give you Mark Milton's phone number.
Thank you.
He can help you out, the tax expert.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll be good. Don't worry.
All right.
Call into the program, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And then you can watch the show, youtube.com/TMASTL. 223 people now in the program on YouTube and talking it over, like Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter talking to Tim McKernan's meat and potatoes, and L Boy who's talking to Adam Welly and the TMA remote lamp. They're all in there and they're all talking it over. You can join in the conversation as well. And you can email in for a showdown email of the day brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Somebody will walk off with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day title for the month of August today. If Buck Swope or Riot's dad wins. Now, if Kevin Miller wins, we have a sudden death playoff on Tuesday as the program is off. The station is off on Monday for Labor Day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And Doug, what a holiday weekend forecast we have. Thanks, Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. Oh, it's so joyous to look at the forecast when it's like this. High 84 today, high 83 tomorrow, high of 79 on Sunday, high of 78 on Monday, and then next week it's nothing but sunshine and temperatures in either the 70s or 80s. I mean, this is just the garden
spot of the Great Plains.
Yes.
So we are.
And if it isn't the garden spot, Seth Goldcamp comes over to your house and he fixes it up real nice, like with Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, I'm a client. Longest running sponsor on TMA, designairservice.com. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. It's 7:28 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The program is TMA 101 ESPN. Wow, Papers has turned his attention to the third quarter in Columbia, Missouri next Saturday. How will I explain it to my kids?
I wouldn't even try, Tim. I wouldn't try.
I'm going to be effed up on the Hennessy at that point, to be honest with you. But I'll tell you what, I'll be watching Gabe's postgame show from my house.
Absolutely. Bring your AirPods.
Yeah. Was that, in fact, the first call? I heard you guys play it. That was the first. That's it. We're done.
Yeah. He immediately cut it off. What else do we have here, Papers?
From Gabe, I really like this one about just talking about Kansas. Caller wants Kansas. So I will play that one presently.
Hey, Raquel, put that away. Man, what a good game by the Tigers tonight. KU, lick my
Oh, no.
That was a call into Gabe.
My favorite part of that call was actually Abraham apparently doing something he was not supposed to do at the beginning.
This is brutal.
That was the call?
Yeah. The post-game show was, the guys were on their way to the lake, and they were calling in and leaving voicemails at McKernan.
And you're telling me the phone lines aren't poison?
Is he blowing his nose?
What was that?
Sounds like he's...
I think that was more of an inhale.
I was thinking, it sounds like he's priming a leaf blower.
I thought the first call you played, the Kansas or the Wildcat guy, I thought there was a little bit of a pre-roll audio on him as well. Are they live calls?
No, there's voicemails.
Listen, I was trying to get a sponsorship deal for that postgame show, but one of the terms of the contract would have been must take live phone calls. Colonel got away from live phone calls after 2 seasons ago, Martin. It got away from him with the phone line.
All right, cut it off. I'm done.
Gabe will be joining us, brought to you by James Carlton. At 9:15, Joey Vitale, who I saw yesterday at 8 o'clock, got to talk it over with his wife, fresh off of the Paris trip, and she informed me that he does say a lot of things on the show, but oftentimes he thinks they're true and they're not. So we'll figure that out coming up when he joins us at 8 o'clock on your Stiefel Dossier. And then, of course, we've got the drops of the week, and we also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Eli Drinkwitz following the game. Jackson, a lot to talk about with the injuries to Sam Horn and Blake Craig. Here is Eli Drinkwitz on the injuries.
Coach, with Sam and Blake, is the early expectation that it is long-term injuries for both of them?
Yeah. Is that a question or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it expected to be?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna speculate. I don't have a doctorate degree. They'll find out tomorrow when they MRI.
Coach, after Sam went down, what was the initial reaction from the way Bo stepped up in that game?
Yeah, I don't think he stepped up. I think he was just continuing to play the way he was playing. I thought he did a nice job handling the situation. He knew he was going to play the first half. We knew we were going to run that formation pretty early in the game. Just disappointing that he got injured. It was a heck of a run and just disappointing.
Well, so they'll know more today, but I think the tone from Drinkwitz in the game, on field, talking to the reporter on the field and the post, that it doesn't sound good. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious from his reaction. I'm sure he knows a little more than he's saying, but I guess we'll find out more today, Doug.
It's not very often when they say, well, it doesn't look very good, and then the player hops back up and he's ready to go the next week. Yeah. That doesn't happen very often.
The tone throughout the night was how upset they were, and you wouldn't be acting that way if they had like a sprained ankle or something.
Gabe was saying in his post-game show, and like I said, he'll be with us at 9:15, he altered his expectations for the season when they had to mess around with the offensive line for the left tackle position. That already was a concern. Now you have a true freshman as your backup quarterback and a true freshman as your kicker. So, you've had some developments here that are concerning. And, hopefully they're not from a Missouri fan standpoint, but those are three things that, you haven't even gotten on the field against Kansas that are concerns. Don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, the left side of the line, certainly in the first half, looked to be a real concern. There was a definite improvement in run blocking in the second half. Ahmad Hardy got a lot more holes to run through. Jamal Roberts also looked really good. But again, it's Central Arkansas. You can be optimistic and think that the line's going to get better, and then you also have to be a little have some realism and think their guys aren't going to be that open. It's not going to be easy to stop the run as it was. You got to go both ways with it.
At one point, I was thinking, get Perbula out of there. I mean, he was getting crushed. And this is after Horn had left the game. I know you got to play him. You got to get the reps. This is your chance. But I had a thought where maybe you take him out because he might get hurt. That's how bad the O-line was at times.
Caden Green needs to be taken to pasture.
Okay.
That's from Harrison's brother, Master Martin, and he is not happy this morning.
Well, this is, if I'm not mistaken, he's just now shifting positions, right? Going from guard to tackle. So that's
correct.
When
Probably
you're
a learning
taken to pasture,
curve.
what happens when you're taken to pasture? You're brought out back and shot? Is that what he'd like this guy to have?
Sometimes he can be in a meadow and just running and playing with dandelions.
I guess he needs to be taken to pasture.
That's how I want to go.
What about being shot to the sun?
No, 90 years old, and they just let me out in the meadow, and I just kind of
disappear.
Wait for my demise.
I bet when you're that age, you're not going to want that kind of treatment.
Forage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Drinks a dope. Yeah, let's put our golden arm quarterback in the Wildcat. That's from the 314. Don't get Gabe going on the Wildcat.
It can't be.
But the announcers said during the game, they did say that the plan, because obviously they meet with the coach before the game, the day before typically, that the plan was for Perbula to play the first half, but for Horn to come in at the Wildcat at times, is what they said during the game. That was part of the...
So the announcers misspoke, which then led to this Wildcat thing. Gabe, not listening to the broadcast, did not know that, and he kept getting calls about the Wildcat, and it made him lose his mind. Doug, you want to hear one of the calls on the Wildcat?
Okay.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, you better believe it, Martin.
You want the Wildcat one
Yes.
again?
Yes, please. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
Sure.
Gerard, do you want to hang out for a few voicemails before you go right?
Yeah, we're good. Let's go.
All right, let's hit it.
There's always something that somebody can find in this lineup that works for what they're looking at.
Who's a genius that put Sam Horn in the Wildcat?
All right, cut it off.
Okay, let him have his say.
I'm not listening to the rest of that.
Oh.
That's a terrible call. It's football. Please call next time.
This is brutal.
There's another one later in the program where he loses his mind. Do you have that one?
No, I don't.
But that guy also had, what was it, Larry Nickel was watching Storage Wars?
Yeah.
There seems to be a thing when people call in, they're busy, preoccupied with...
There's always something that somebody can find in this lineup that works for what they're looking at.
What is he watching there? Can you do a little forensics on the audio there?
I could try to find
But
out.
they seem a little distracted. They're not focused. Gabe shot him to the moon, but then said, call back.
Well, it seems like if you're going to take calls, you got to at least let the guy have his opinion, don't you?
Oh, Doug sideways with Gabe. How about that, Tim?
Well,
You already played this clip!
okay.
From the Hunchback of Vaughn Cat.
Easy on the boy.
I'm sorry, I only had the one Wildcat.
There was
That's my
one
fault.
later on in the program where somebody brought up the Wildcat again, and Gabe lost his mind
I bet I can find it.
and said, this is like, and then he made a comparison. He goes, I know people hate when I make Chiefs comparisons, but this is like when Patrick Mahomes did this. And he said, it's not the Wildcat if it's quarterback. So he was getting frustrated. I don't think that was one of the greatest broadcasts that I had heard. But again, it's the Thursday night Missouri Central Arkansas game. So you're not necessarily going to have your A team.
But whatever you want to call a formation, it was a planned run.
That's right. It's an RPO.
Whether you call it Wildcat or RPO, it was a snap to the quarterback and he ran. So I think that's all the fans are talking about.
Right. I think it's easy to blame.
But Gabe's sitting there challenging the knowledge of the fans because they're calling it the Wildcat, and that's where he goes in on it later on in the program, which I believe Little Jackie Papers is pursuing now.
And players are going to get hurt. It does happen. I'm a little surprised that the plan was for him to come in at times in the Wildcat formation, according to the announcer, that was the plan, or that they wanted to see Horn running the ball because the narrative had been Perbula is the runner, Horn's the thrower. Was that not what we'd always sort of heard about both?
I think he get a look to see how well he runs. If he drops back to pass and there's no one open, okay, now let's see how you run.
Right.
which was more of the Brady Cook style, whereas Prebula's is theoretically more of the called run thing. So that is why Horn running was the thing that surprised people. Guys, I'm an offensive line enthusiast, and I watched all 5 starters, aside from Tollison. God-awful. Doug, that's in caps. South Carolina may decapitate Prebula. That's from the plug bandit from Washmo.
And this is an offensive line enthusiast.
That's correct. And he's a plug bandit. Washington, Missouri.
All right.
Steventown. Martin, it's not the Wildcat. I didn't say it was. I'm telling you, they announced during the game that they were told that the plan was for him to come in the first half and run the Wildcat. That's what they said on the broadcast. Thank you.
It was not a Wildcat.
Let's get past this. He was in the shotgun, right? Is that what you'd like to call it? He was in the shotgun formation?
But I am surprised they wanted to see Sam Horn running the ball.
Yeah.
And I was concerned that he's going to get mop-up duty in the second half. And granted, Central Arkansas, whether it's their first team, second team, maybe you could say it doesn't matter. We just want to see Horn get some reps. I didn't like the idea that he was going to be out there with, you would assume at some point, Mizzou's lesser roster, right? You're not going to play all your starters the whole game, probably. So I was glad when they first brought him out there. Oh, good. They're going to mix him in the first half. I was excited about that. And then, of course, the first play gets injured. It sucks.
Can we admit that this offensive line handling was botched in camp? That's from the plug bandit from Washmo, Doug, and he is the offensive line enthusiast.
I think it was the Lindenwood walkthrough, fake road trip, Doug. They had the fake road trip. I think it was that Saturday where Drinkwitz was asked about it, about the O-line issues, and he said, we know what we're doing. So there have been people asking what's going on with the O-line, any concerns, and he said, we know what we're doing. So we'll see.
So Caden Green, for the record, and I realize there are not a lot of offensive line enthusiasts like the plug bandit from Washmo was a left guard. And because of concern with the performance of the left tackle, Eli Drinkwitz made some moves on the offensive line to move Caden Green to left tackle. And on one sack last night, he went to block and no one was there. And Central Arkansas had a player come through untouched and annihilated Bo Prebula.
Yeah.
So
I'm not exactly an offensive line enthusiast myself, but that's one of the reasons why you play these games at the beginning of the season. You get things sorted out. You get your signals crossed sometimes. Offensive linemen make mistakes just like the quarterbacks and the running backs and everybody else. So if the coaching is good, they'll get some of that cleaned up.
I got Gabe fired up about the Wildcat.
There you go. Okay. Take a listen, Doug. It goes back to the Wildcat again.
All these people tonight are saying we put Sam Horn in the Wildcat formation.
A quarterback is not the the quarterback.
Thank you.
It's a
the
running
Wildcat formation is a guy who does not play quarterback playing quarterback. The Wildcat formation was Luther Burden. It started way back with Cadillac Williams and Ronnie Brown.
Ooh,
right?
War Eagle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sam Horn, by definition, cannot be in the Wildcat formation because he is a quarterback.
Correct. I could tell. I seen halfway.
Like, I know people like football, but I think a lot of people that like football maybe don't really understand football.
Oh, my gosh.
Left that out forever. So I think we know our first question for Gabe. Hey, Gabe, real quick. Why were they running the Wildcat?
He's about to get trolled.
It was just a shotgun formation, a designed run. Yeah. Who cares if you call it a shotgun or a Wildcat? It's pretty much the same thing.
And Sam Horn looked good, like, up until he got hit low. Like, looked quick. Looked like, I don't know, he looked good as a runner. So,
You're talking about in that 6-second clip?
Well, I'm saying he looked like, we've been hearing that Prebula is the runner and Horn is a slinger. But for a slinger, he looked pretty quick. And for a runner, Bo looked like he had a good arm. Maybe you got a little bit of both from each.
Now, I think I said this on this program, but Doug, it could have been QFTA. I recall I was saying it to Papers. What will happen when you're playing Central Arkansas is you will have separation by a large amount between Missouri's receivers and Central Arkansas secondary. That is going to happen. And so, in games like this, and I'm obviously a Missouri fan, you can get a little more excited than perhaps you should be based on long passes where a guy, and as we saw with Doug, you call him Speedy Keese.
Yes, I do.
Had, 5 yards on the corner who, for whatever reason, Central Arkansas said, let's go man coverage here.
Run right across your face.
Right, who made an impact as a freshman, and now he's in his 3rd year in Columbia. And Gabe in the postgame show was talking. He goes, before Prabule even threw the ball, I go, well, this has to be a touchdown because there's nothing you could do there. It's essentially throw it. There's nothing to do. So when you start to see Power 4 caliber secondaries, will you have that kind of separation where you're basically just running a route in practice? That's the difference. So while it's encouraging, no question, it is important to note that this was something that is, going to happen in these kinds of games where the level of competition now, these are now feeder schools for the group of 5 that become feeder schools for the Power 4, that specifically ACC and Big 12 can become feeder schools for the SEC and the Big 10. So that was the equivalent last night to the Yankees playing the Palm Beach Cardinals, as far as levels go, with an SEC team playing Central Arkansas. So, yes, it's wonderful that Bo Prabule was able to hit Marquise Johnson, but, this is something that was also predictable if you follow, and this isn't limited to Missouri. You will most likely see some of this tonight in Champaign, Illinois. If you watch these games, that's what goes on in these style of games. It would mean a hell of a lot more if you see that next week against Kansas. And it would most likely mean even more if you see it in 2 weeks after the Kansas game, if you get to do it against South Carolina. Now, what concerned Missouri fans 2 years ago is when Missouri was playing some slap-ass teams, Brady Cook was having trouble with the deep ball. And Brady Cook was having trouble with the deep ball early on last year, so much so that in that Vanderbilt game that was a near loss, there was some concern with it, and then he hit Luther Burden on the opening overtime pass for a touchdown, but they were having some problems with the deep ball. So it's encouraging when you can complete it, but also if you're going to compete in the SEC, that needs to just be, something that you can, it's like tapping in a 1-foot putt. That needs to happen. And if your receiver has that kind of separation, an SEC quarterback needs to be able to hit him. They're going to have that kind of separation against this caliber of opponent. Will they have that kind of separation against Kansas, South Carolina, Alabama, and Auburn, and so on? So I want to, I guess if that's raining on the parade, then so be it. But it's also, that's the way that things work.
It's also the state of college football. You play a lesser opponent like Central Arkansas, you're watching, hey, any other guys we might want?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's sort of the vulture system that's going on right now. They also forgot to cover Brent Norfleet, who's easy to miss.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a good throw.
That was a
good throw over the middle.
It was a great play. The touchdown pass? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm saying how wide open he was.
Yes, and that was a great play call, too, by Kirby Moore, but also fine throw.
I was yelling at the screen in that late drive. It was great that they had sort of game action, which is what they want, even though it's a lesser opponent, where you can kind of reenact, okay, clock's running down, it's the end of the first half, can we drive the field? When they didn't call timeout with like 50 seconds left, I was screaming at the TV because they burned about 30, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
And I didn't enjoy that. It didn't matter because they ended up throwing the ball to Norfleet.
I'm a true son and happy-hearted, but I have to admit I was kind of happy to see Central Arkansas get a score there at the end.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to see the blood donors just bleed out completely. I don't want them just to get beaten like government mules. It was clear the game was over. Missouri had done everything it wanted to do. I don't want to see these teams just get beaten so bad that they feel bad.
Do you think you're not a true son for feeling that way?
Yeah, I'll be accused of that. But I don't like to see teams that come and play you and they get excited and they just get curb stomped. I don't like that. So I was happy to see him get one anyway. I'm not sure why they went for two.
Wonder if they hand him the check on the way out. Like, all right, that was a little rough. Larry Veach over here. How are you, sir? And they just hand you an envelope. What if it's cash?
That would soften the pain a little bit, probably.
Well, they're not happy with that take. Yeah, Doug. So do you want to play the butt asses at the beginning of the year to figure this stuff out, or you don't want to play the butt asses and subsidize them? Stick to a stance!
No.
That's from Jackson's lone wispy pew.
I haven't changed any stances. I don't like to play the butt asses at all. But when you do and you're up 61-0, it doesn't bother me when the butt asses have a moment of happiness there.
You're getting owned right now.
It didn't upset any of us, did it, that they scored?
No,
I understand Doug is saying I kind of feel sorry for them. That'll get the texters ignited. But when they scored, I didn't even notice that they had scored.
No, but they probably did. Made him feel a little better.
Hey, guys, real talk. Why does Martin keep pushing this Wildcat Bull S? What's his agenda? Whatever it is, I sure hope it's gluten-free. Thanks. Hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin. And Martin, he is monitoring the doo-doo man's battle with Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis.
Ruin me.
How close is he monitoring it if he's able to text in frequently?
It's an afternoon thing.
Doug, is there big Wildcat out there pushing agendas?
It sure feels like it. Is it Wildcat or is it a shotgun?
Big oil.
Pretty nice.
Does it really matter?
A couple new faces was nice, like Kevin Coleman. Like, yes, again, playing Central Arkansas.
But he's a pretty good player.
But you can see he's got a lot of.
You can tell.
Same with Donovan Lugbode. Like
I'm excited about him.
He looks really
Kirby
good.
Moore said the best true freshman receiver he has ever seen.
He looked nasty.
There is buzz about that guy.
Same with Josh Manning. He looks like he's got a good pair of hands on him. And we've seen him before, but not to this extent. So good to see. And Ahmad Hardy, obviously.
That left tackle thing, the true freshman kicker and losing Horn, that's my, as far as concerns going forward, I can't shake that. I don't know how else to say it.
For sure.
And the left tackle thing was already there if you were following it in camp, and I understand probably 95% of the audience wasn't it. But that was a situation. Gabe's with us at 9:15. Doug, coming up here, is it at 8 o'clock, Papers?
8 o'clock.
Joey Vitale takes us on his Schaefer Door Company Odyssey. And oh, what an odyssey it will be. I'm looking forward to talking over Joey. He is back in the United States of America. I happened to run into him yesterday. We talked it over. And he noticed that the French were not particularly friendly and not necessarily looking to engage in his conversation style. That's surprising.
Yeah.
Because he himself is engaging. And
you better believe it. But that's not, He goes, you ever been over there? I said, I haven't been to Europe. I'm a meat and potatoes guy from South St. Louis, and I love the United States. If I'm going east, I'm going to Sauget.
Yeah.
I'm not going to Paris.
Yeah, maybe Waterloo, if Ambrier has afternoon times.
Available.
Right.
We need somebody that speaks fluent French, little mic drop, and just kind of dismissive. This guy's an idiot. But we need them in French because you can see Joey. Hey, what's up, pal? How you doing? Yeah, I'm looking for one. What is it called? A baguette or something? I want one of them baguettes. Yeah.
Baguette.
And you just hear the French, this idiot.
I figured if Joey went over there yelling and screaming, France would just surrender like they always do.
They're talking about it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. 281 friends here talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Long weekend, perfect weather. Enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra. How do you do? 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. And we have a golf tournament coming up that we'll be announcing here in the next week. So that'll be coming up, and we'll have an announcement. Michelob Ultra, the sponsor of that. It is TMA. Heading into the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Joey Vitale, 8 o'clock. Kyle Gibson, 8:45. Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton at 9:15. The drops of the week. And also the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, where Buck Swope and Riot's dad have a chance to decide the winner for the month of August. What a program, Doug. Let's do 5 hours today.
Yeah.
Let's do 5.
Six.
Yes!
Okay.
It is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. I'm here to talk to you about your garage doors. Listen, with the heat and the cooling, it's going up, it's going down. It's 100 degrees one day, it's 65 in the morning the next. This is where those springs can get a little finicky in your garage doors, and you will know it when you get to the garage and you try to open it, and that doggone thing will not open. Good thing for you is I got a good friend, and his name's Jason. He works with the Schaefer Door Company. They are an incredible company, small enough to take care of you personally, big enough to stretch across the St. Louis County area. So you can check them out at SchaeferDoor.com, or better yet, give them a call, 636-782-3608. Call them, text them. They're going to take care of you. One more time, 636-782-3608. Ask for Jason. Ask for anyone that can give you a hand, and that's Schaefer Door, Clopay Master Authorized Dealer.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Missouri kicked off their season last night, winning 61-6 over the Central Arkansas Bears. The Tigers will try to go to 2-0 as the border war continues on Saturday, September 6th. It's going to be a 2:30 kickoff against Kansas. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, is it your favorite segment of the week?
It could be, yeah. It's right up there. Yeah, probably same favorite one, yeah.
It is TMA 101 ESPN, the show, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt fielding phone calls. I understand Dale was not happy with Doug. I hope he can call back.
I think he's still on there if he wants to hang out for a little while.
Boy. Oh, Dale, yeah, hang out. You're going to be hanging out for a while, though, because Joey Vitale is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, and he is back in the greatest country in the world, brother. That's the United States of America, fresh off of a trip to France. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Joey Vitale on 101 ESPN. Morning, Joey.
Oh, say, can you see? It is good to be back, boys. It is good to be back. Marty, I sense a little sarcasm in your voice when you said it's your favorite hit of the week. Is that accurate?
Oh, no. I believe it was actually Doug.
No, I said it was. No, it's absolutely my favorite segment.
We can start confusing things early on, but it was Doug Vaughn who was asked by Tim.
You guys aren't going all French on me now. I'm going to be a bunch of smart Alex, are you?
No.
So you didn't have a good experience with the French people?
They were not very warm. I mean, listen, they were not mean. I've heard the rumors of like they're rude. I'm not going to sit here and say they're rude, but listen, I'm a teddy bear. Give me a big hug. Fill up my wine. Give me more pasta and pinch my cheeks while you're doing it, and give me a smile. I'm a Vitale. I'm third generation from Sicily. I love that kind of stuff. The interactions. When I went to Italy a few years ago, there was a 90-year-old man that came up to my daughter. She was 6 at the time. And, we're at the restaurant, and kids are making noise, and everyone's laughing at him. This old man comes up to my daughter, and he speaks Italian to her, and I didn't understand a word he said. And the waiter came over and said, "He say, if he your age, he'd have married you." And everyone started laughing. Like, that's the kind of hospitality I love. And I'm just going to sit here and say that I don't know if France really met that quota, but I kind of knew that going in. I'm not going to sit here and say people were rude, but there is definitely a tone to the French people, businessy, straightforward, and very little smiling, if you will.
How did you do in speaking the French? Did you have, asking for directions? Did you have a little pamphlet in your hand, flipping through? How did you communicate?
Well, I just put on my smile with a little bit of charm, Marty. You know, your smile will take you a long way. You know, I kept mixing up Spanish and French. My wife took French in high school, but, you know, I'd be like, uno baguetto, and she's like, it's un. So I would say un. So I would kind of like mix it in math. I know a little bit of Italian, so I kind of, you know, but again, with the smile, I think they appreciate you trying. You know, so, yeah, my French wasn't great, but a lot of people actually speak English over there. And, you know, for me, as long as I can say croissant, that's the only word. That's the only word I needed to know for my 7 days in France.
Yeah, sometimes Americans don't like the treatment they get in France. I wonder what French tourists feel when they wander the streets of New York and get on a subway there or go to L.A. or Miami. And the treatment they must get from Americans. I wonder what the taste they get of America is.
You know, Doug, you're so wise. You're always thinking about it the other point of view. You're a wise man.
Amen.
You know, it's funny you say that because I bet they feel it totally different. You know, I would imagine, number one, they would say that two things stand out. Number one, why is everyone in such a doggone hurry all the time? I mean, you go to Paris and no one's in a hurry. It takes you forever to get seated. It takes you forever to get, you know, your order in. You know, me, I don't know about you guys, but when I'm at a restaurant, while I'm eating my dessert, I already wanted to have paid the bill. Like, I'm out of there. Like, when I finish that last bite, I'm off the chair and gone. These people will sit around, and you can't get your way. And they're in no rush to kick you out either. You know, in America, everyone's trying to, let's move this thing along, and you feel that, you know. So for a Parisian to go to New York or Boston, you know, a cold city, they probably feel like, why is everything so rushed? You know, why are people drinking coffee while they're walking? No one drinks coffee on the run. You sit down, you enjoy yourself, you put your phone down, you people watch on the streets, or you talk to a friend, and it's a very, very slower pace to life. You know, it's crazy because you look at some of those Eastern Coast cities, and, you know, they say that the root of all of it is really that it's the weather, you know, because the weather is so cold and you're always kind of on the move and you got to get places quicker. So whether that's true or not is certainly a theory. But I think that number one is the fast pace of life. Why are we moving so quickly? Why are we always on the run? Where are we going? I mean, you guys know it just like me. Like, I feel like I'm in a hurry to get nowhere. Like, why am I in such a freaking hurry all the time? And I think that that's certainly a thing here. The other thing I would say, the second thing they probably think about is, we do not dress very well here. I mean, I'm the biggest culprit of it. You know, I'm going to a Starbucks this morning, and shout out Starbucks, and, you know, people are in their pajamas. People are wearing like what they wore to bed, and they're wearing it up. Mm-hmm. Nobody wears pajamas over there. Nobody wears yoga pants. Not that I was looking, but nobody wears yoga pants. You know, everyone wears nice slacks. They wear these silk dresses, and, you know, they dress to impress, whether they're going to work, whether they're going to the cafe, or just going to a museum, or just going out on a stroll. But people take a lot of pride in what they wear. I just feel like, where did America turn south and just start dressing all sloppily? And again, I wear Mickey Mouse shirts. I mean, you saw me yesterday, Tim. I may have been wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt. I don't know, but
you were wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt. Yep.
I think I may have been wearing one of my Mickey Mouse shirts. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm the poster child for dressing nicely and taking pride in our appearances. But I would say those two things. Why are we in such a hurry? And why does everyone dress so sloppily here? Sloppily? Is that a word?
Yeah, we'll let it go.
I think that's what's adverb, Doug?
I know why we're in a hurry, though, is because this is one of the most competitive countries in the world. And if you don't get on your horse and get something done, you're going to get left behind. And that's why people are hustling to keep their jobs, to make a better life for themselves. Otherwise, you will get buried here. And that's why we're the number one country in the United States.
Yes!
That's why we invent everything, why we got the most powerful military, why we're the richest country, because we hustle.
Mike?
Yes, go talk.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Absolutely.
Hello?
Yes.
I don't know much about that. But you know what? That's the most excitement I've heard in your voice in the last couple of years. So I'm glad you're passionate there about something.
Yeah, there you go, Doug.
That's why we're in a hurry. You have to be. You'll get left behind here.
You do. It's just, I guess, it's values and priorities. You know, I think that we're so busy chasing the dollar here. We're so busy chasing the job and chasing the car and chasing the house. And there it's just different. I think they're chasing something else. I don't exactly know what they're chasing, but I know that, again, you sit down at a restaurant and no one's got a phone. No one's in a hurry. I think they're enjoying each other's company, and that's kind of it. So whether or not they're right, we're wrong, or we're right, they're wrong, I'm not really sure how you splice it, but it's definitely a different way of living.
Yeah. And the dressing, I think, we started to dress, we kind of lost the formality of dressing, I think, in the 70s. 'Cause when I was in high school, there's a lot of people wouldn't even wear jeans to school. They thought, I don't know, I look pretty bad in blue jeans. There were some schools wouldn't allow it in the early 70s and 60s. Could not go to school in jeans. And now, then we started to have casual Fridays where you didn't dress up to go to work. And now most people don't wear a coat and tie to go to work. And, you can wear shorts and tennis shoes and whatever. And everyone is more comfortable, so they're accepting of it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, you look at some of these old footages of these NHL games, and guys are wearing top hats and suits. I mean, it's remarkable. I actually think that would be a really cool theme night. One of these years, if the Blues ever want to do, they do the Star Wars, which I can't stand, which is basically one of the biggest moneymaker ones ever, which is crazy to think. I guess there's lots of nerds out there, but I was always thinking about doing like, what if we do like a 50s, 60s, 70s throwback where everyone has to wear a suit and tie and a top hat. I bet half the people that go to Blues games don't even have a top hat. I mean, probably a suit. So
Doug owns a couple top hats.
Yeah, stovepipe hat. That's what I have.
Yeah, Doug, you can spread the wealth. You can let some other people use them. Okay. But yeah, no, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting the clothing and the way we dress and how we dress and the things we do. And but certainly there's a different separation between that part of the country, that part of the world rather, and what we do here.
If we dress better, we'd also behave better. Because people that are in suits and ties, they're not getting in brawls on the street.
Yeah. I agree. I think it actually sets the tone.
Mm-hmm.
They say it sets the tone for your day. They say making your bed every morning. I don't know where that came about, but I actually kind of like it because my kids are starting to do a little bit better job of it. But you kind of tackle that first task of the day, But then how you dress, I can see where that is. You look at some of the way these NHL players dress, and they certainly believe it. They say, what's the old saying? Dress like you play, or you look good, feel good, play good. I mean, it's a rhythm to things. It's certainly a setting of the tone. I think I can appreciate the fact that when I wake up and I put a little effort in, you do feel a little bit more pride in yourself. And I think they have that over there. And I think that for some people here, we've kind of gotten away from that. And I know that for one, it's definitely kind of opened my eyes to some things. And but I've definitely been on my kids a little bit more about how they dress and their shirt tails tucked in and all this stuff. My son's at the Smet now, so he's looking like a hoodlum coming out the door every day. He's got a shirt untucked. I go, listen, brother, hey, listen, this is why you go to the Smet. I go, try to look like a cadet for just a second, please.
Oh, look like a cadet
while going to the Smet.
Yeah, like I know you're wearing the maroon and gold, and that pains me every single day, and I still lose sleep over it. But my God, please look like a cadet and put your shirt tail in and look professional.
There you go.
So he's sending his son to DeSmet, Tim, probably for their new middle school, grade school, yet he's advising him to be like a cadet because Dad went to CBC. Do your kids wear the hockey gear where, like, your pants are kind of high waters and then you don't wear socks? Every hockey player walking into the game, and now they film everybody walking. Here he is, walking into the building. You have to have the sport coat or suit. It comes up almost above your belt, Doug. It doesn't hang low. And then your pants, suits super tight. And then you see everyone's ankles because they don't wear socks with their dress shoes.
It's such a bad look.
That's a hockey thing. And then Vitale and Strickland feel the need that they have to look like hockey guys.
Whoa! You just lumped me into something I don't appreciate there, Marty. I thought you were my CBC boy. I thought we were brothers.
You're a traitor. Your son goes to the Smet.
Listen, that was his choice. I thought we were brothers for life when you said that. No, I don't do the high waters. That is certainly a thing with the no socks. It looks strangely uncomfortable. But I will say it's players nowadays, they have their designers and they don't dress for comfort. They dress to look good, especially with a lot of the French Canadian influence. A lot of designers come in and work with the players. And I think that, their designer suits are partly because they have to be. I mean, and you look at the lower section of any hockey player, it's not really conducive to an off-the-rack kind of suit if you're going to go to Nordstrom's for my buddy Chris Roberts. Chris Roberts, shout out, Chrissy.
Chris Roberts. Does that count as Yola?
Oh, that's Yola.
I think it does.
He's my boy. He's my boy, Chris, my boy. But anyway, no. So they have to measure measure the right way, you know. So, but it's amazing. It's like we're losing more and more stitching and fabric every single year. At one point, we're just going to be naked. I think that's the thing about swimsuits. You ever look at a swimsuit? You know, when it was funny last year at spring break, my son went to Florida. And I said, "How was the trip?" When he came back, he's like, "Dad, it was awesome, but everyone's got swimsuits with they're up their butts." And I was like, "Oh, nice." Yeah. I was like, "I think those are called thongs, son." He's like, "What's a thong?" So I dropped it. But my point was, you know, growing up, like, you remember, guys, like, you go to the beach, but there was, like, you know, you had to let your imagination fly. Yeah. You're like, you know what I mean, Doug? You know what I'm talking about, Doug? I mean, like, your day, they were probably wearing the full body suits with the hats and all that stuff. So, you know, you used to have an imagination, like, but now there's no imagination. You're just like, boom, there's your butt.
Yeah. And sometimes the smaller the swimming suit, the more expensive it costs. I don't really understand how that would work, but that's how it is.
I don't understand that at all. And I can't understand for the life of me why a girl would want to wear a thong. Well, who would want something right up their rear end?
No.
Cut that off.
Gosh.
When does camp open, Tim? Is it next month, is it?
I think it's in like 2.5
When's the
weeks.
first broadcast there, pal?
We got to start talking hockey here pretty soon, fellas. Yeah, it's about a month or so away. We're looking at some preseason, end of September. Blues going to hit the road for a quick back-to-back, and then we rip and roll. Minnesota Wild coming in first week of October, and I'm gonna miss these lengthy, all over the place talks. We probably should dial it in as we get a little closer.
No.
How do you guys handle that?
Hell no. No, you give me some Parisian thong talk, I'm all in. I'll let Jackson ask the questions about the defensive pairings.
Yeah, what do you like?
What do you like?
Give me the straight skinny there, fella.
Tim, I was going to ask you really quick. Tim, how are you doing? I saw you yesterday.
Oh, my God. Doug,
get the gong. Sleep with the switches.
Calling for it.
I asked a question. He said, "I'm worried about Tim."
Tim,
what?
Tim
Yes,
Jackson, he looked like he was out of sorts yesterday. I've never seen him at pickups. I saw him there. I was like, hey, who is this guy? He looked like he hasn't shaved in a good week. His wife's out of town, left him with the two little ones, so now he's playing mommy all weekend. You looked a little out of sorts. I'm just checking in and see how you're doing.
Well, I appreciate it. It was wonderful to see you and talk it over. My wife, Doug, she flew out yesterday. She'll be back on Sunday, and so it was an honor to be playing the role of pickup parent yesterday, where Joey and his wife were, and I got a chance to talk it over with Mrs. Vitale, who says she's well aware of these phone calls into the program, and she believes that many of the things that are said by Joey he thinks are true, but might not actually really be true.
No.
Yep.
There are things that I call Vitale facts, and you just kind of get on a roll, which is great. And you'd be like, and that Napoleon guy, Doug, what was he, like in charge of China or something? And we just kind of have to workshop around it.
Yeah, there's some fact-checking, but like you said, Marty, it's all about the pace. If you keep the pace going quickly, people don't have time because they're so like, okay, what's he saying now? You know, so that's the beauty, and you just got to believe it. You got to believe it. Listen, my dad, he didn't have a great education, but he would tell me stories which were all false, and you know, but I wouldn't know any better because. Again, I'm not going to challenge him. So, yeah, my wife, she kind of gave me a little call out yesterday, and I said, "What was that about?" She's like, "I'm just being real." I said, "Well, don't do that anymore. You embarrass me in front of my good friend Tim."
Wow, my wife just texted and said we should do dinner with Joey and his wife. I love his enthusiasm.
How about that?
Huh.
Oh, how about that? Marty, please tell her I am married, but I am going to...
Well, she doesn't want to go to... Hey, dumbass. She doesn't want to go to dinner with you. She would like to go to dinner with you and your wife, like as a couple's dinner.
Oh, I didn't know what kind of weird stuff. I thought you said she wanted to go with me.
Now, that would be a little weird.
We do have a lot of cuck situations on this show, but I don't believe that this is one of them.
Kimber, if you could clarify, text into my phone here, and I will pass it along to Joey.
Yeah, I got into...
I'm married.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, it's all good there, Marty. I'll put you on the list. How about that? I'll put you on the list.
There's a list of dinner requests?
Gosh, is polling on the list, Tim?
I bet he is.
I'll make time for a good CBC cadet boy. You know that.
Okay.
So you're in.
Okay. All right,
Martin, you're in.
Tim, sounds like it's happening.
It does sound
but
like
I'm on the list.
You're on the list. You're on the list.
Okay. Wow. It's like I'm going to dinner with Logan Mayu. Oh, I'm sorry, Marty can't. Oh, Steiner asked me to play golf. Oh, sorry. Okay. Every day there's going to be an excuse. Oh, Strix and I are getting together for coffee. Okay, never mind.
Oh. Golf will never be an excuse for me. You know that. You know me well enough.
That's true.
Yeah, my wife was asking, why don't you, and because I played with Poling last week, Pennington, and we had a wonderful, wonderful pairing, my couple, and our kids will all be in the same class. And my wife goes, oh, you ought to get Joey. I go, Joey doesn't just not play golf, he's anti-golf, so I'm not asking him.
Despise it.
How about that? This guy despises it because he's meat and potatoes.
I thought all hockey players played golf.
Most of them do.
No, not the case. Not the case. No, I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything least I'd rather do. Does that make any sense? And play around the golf with anybody. I mean, you could say you want to play with Trump. I'm like, no, thanks. No, I'm good. I don't know. It's weird. It's like you're hitting this white ball. Like, can you hit somebody? Can we get a little physical here? Can we do something? What happens when you have a bad shot? No, you got to be polite. You got to control your emotions. Why would you ever want to control your emotions? I like the sports where you can kind of take it out on people and take it out on yourself at times if you need to. It's too much of a gentleman's game, I guess you could say, Tim.
But absolutely nutted it.
but doesn't this, at its core, if we were to psychoanalyze your disdain for the game, I believe it comes from your father when you guys would be going to work, and wasn't the office by Tower T, right?
Shout out Tower T, yeah.
Shout out Tower T, Yola. And he would say, look at these guys over there just wasting their time hitting the ball around. I think that's where it comes from, your love and respect for your father. That's where it comes from. That's what I really do. That's my psychoanalysis of Joey's disdain for golf.
Not only are you great at asking questions, Tim, you're a great listener, because I did tell you that.
Kevin.
Shout out, Timmy. and on no sleep because he's doing all the daddy daycare stuff too. Come on, Marty and Doug, pick your game up. Jackson, where you at? Let's go.
Jackson, where you at?
Did you not hear my question on the defensive pairings?
Yeah. Oh, right, Jackson. Forgot about that. Yeah, no, I think it's been deep rooted. My dad was old school, and he would, if he ever saw a golf club in our house, oh my God, he would chuck it in the woods. He didn't believe in it because you either were at home taking care of your family or you were pouring concrete. And on Sunday you go to church, and that's it. If my dad, if he wasn't at the office or home, he'd be at church, and that's it. He went from home to the office to church, back on. It was like rinse and recycle. And those old school Italians, like they don't believe in a lot of like fun times, right? And they don't believe in a lot of good times. My nanu, God rest his soul, he was first generation from Sicily. He would always tell me, and be like, we were just trying to enjoy lunch on Sunday evening. He's like, Giuseppe. He called me Giuseppe. That's Italian, Doug, for Joe.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. Okay, that's Italian. Anyway, he's like, Giuseppe. He goes, this world is a bad place. It's a bad place, Giuseppe. And I'm like 7. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, you see, I just got sauce all over my shirt. I don't know what you're talking about. He always say America's like the Romans. We're having too much fun. Everyone's too much of fun. A good time here, a good time there. Golf. He would shout out golf. He's like, everyone's just out drinking, golfing, having a good old time. He goes, mark my words. The same thing happened to the Romans. And how did that end up with Giuseppe? I go, I don't know. I'm only 7. I haven't learned that in history class. I'll tell you how it ended up.
It's even now a little confusing.
Do they not play golf in Italy? Is that not a big sport there?
I don't think they play golf anywhere but in St. Louis, apparently. I don't
in St. Louis.
That's it. What's known for the game. Old Tom Morris was from Lime. Joey, we got this text. Joey, I bet if your boyfriend Sydney wanted you to play golf, you'd definitely grab his 7-wood and make sure his balls were washed. Oh, that's from the chairman's pocket partner. Yeah, if Sid the kid said, hey, Joey, let's go play 18, would you join him?
Absolutely not. I'd say, Sid, take a back seat. Beat it. I'd say, beat it, 87, whatever your name is. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
It's a matter of principle, though.
I'm not wasting my time. I see golfers. It bugs me. It drives me crazy. You got your stupid white shoes and your stupid white belt.
What, are you watching the show?
We're talking about golf?
I'm talking about golfers. So your stupid shoes and your stupid belts and your stupid Titleist hats. with your stupid thing on the bill that marks your stupid ball on the stupid green. You're like, get over yourself.
I got to tell you, my guy, Cousin John, stands in alliance with Joey, not a golf guy, and he said the worst thing is everybody, then they sit around and talk about it after they just played. And that, I got to say, that's when you really lose me. You hang out for 5 hours on the golf course, get a couple of Mick Ultras, and they say, God, on that fourth hole, if I really...
Let's pull up number 4 and see what happened there.
Was it my third shot, Doug?
Well, your club face was open there, is that right?
God forbid men have hobbies.
Well, I got to say, the intense breakdown, most y'alls that are playing are not fresh off the course at Augusta. No. So we don't need to redo the entire round.
Oh, I tell you what, Marty, thank you for bringing this up. Now you got my blood boiling. There's 2 things that drive me crazy. Here's 2 things. You want to know 2 things drive me crazy? Only 2 things in this whole world. I'm a pretty good guy.
What are they?
2 things.
What?
Tell me more about how your bracket got busted in March because UConn got upset by Syracuse. I don't give a rat's behind about your stupid bracket, Jackson Burkett. I'm talking to you.
He is talking to you, Jackson.
What did I do?
What did I do?
How about asked a hard-hitting hockey question, and it threw him for a loop.
How about somebody else's fantasy baseball teams? That gets you going.
That gets me going, yeah. Doug. Oh, yeah, but nothing worse than on March 14th, you see some guy at school. Yeah, how about that news last night? I go, what happened? Was someone get hurt? What was up? Oh, no. Just, Arkansas Southern Belt, whatever, just, asterisk, just beat, the North Carolina Hurricane Seminole, whatever. I'm like,
you sound like an expert on the topic.
I'm like, all right. He goes, well, yeah, I mean, like, my bracket's toast. I'm like,
I am with you there. Mm-hmm. Everyone's bracket, no one wins.
Or you say, God, I almost picked them.
Yeah, I'm with you there, actually, Joe.
What I want to do, I would say, hey, if you had a drill, could you just give me a root canal right now? Because I would rather, with no Novocaine, hear a conversation like that. That's number 1. Number 2 is hearing a conversation of people talking about their golf game, Marty, after their golf game is over. Like, what are we doing? I was on the 17th the other day, and I hit this bender, and it just hit around the pine. And, dude, I swear to you, it landed 20 yards from the bend. No! You're serious? Oh, dude. So I needed a birdie. So I chipped her up there, and I'm like, oh, my God, what are we doing? What are we doing? Stop talking about your stupid golf game with your stupid white belt.
Mm-hmm. It's the belt that really gets you, isn't it?
Yeah.
You and Mike Wellington would be on the same page there.
Yeah, Michael Wellington, staunchly anti-white belt.
I would golf with Michael, actually. I feel like we would have a good time.
So no to Sidney Crosby, yes to Michael Wellington.
That's correct.
I love it. I agree.
Do not tell Sid I said that, please.
Yeah. Let Sidney know when he's on with us that he is not allowed to golf with Joey Vitale. Okay. Michael Wellington, however, who will be caddying at the Stiefel Classic.
Oh, will he?
He is allowed to golf with Joey. Joey, it was always wonderful. So what have we tended to here? The downfall of the Roman Empire was the game of golf. You will not go to dinner with Martin's wife, but you will go to dinner with Martin and his wife. And
I don't know if it was that clear.
And you will play golf with Sidney Crosby. No, Michael Wellington, not Sidney Crosby.
I said all that?
And you ignored Jackson's question on the defensive pairing.
Right, which says a lot more than you even answering the question, I think.
Yep. This will all be on the quiz.
Your silence is loud.
We're going to get into that next week, Jackson.
Right.
I want you to hit me
right out of the gate. Yeah, right out of the garage door. Thanks, Schaefer.
Right out of the Schaefer garage. J-Bone. Good job, Jason.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a veteran move. Joey, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much, fine sir. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, boys.
There he is. That's Joey Vitale on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Did we get a bingo, Chairman?
No, and I want to apologize. I had a typo on the card. I take pride in that kind of thing, and I hate it.
Did the typo on the card affect the bingo, or was it just
I don't think so.
Got it. It was just like a misspelling.
I had a lemming comment on there twice, which I think he probably did it twice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
A lot of lemming comments, a lot of YOLO.
Yeah, a lot of YOLO.
A lot of misstated facts.
that golf ended the Roman Empire?
I don't think
we all heard that before.
Too many good times.
Wow. Boy, the people like that Joey Vitale conversation.
Can't blame him.
Joey is absolutely hold on. Joey is absolutely cucking Tim right now. That's American Essential. How'd I get cucked?
Because he hates golf, and you love it.
Oh, well, that's fine. Well, you know what I subscribe to? Some people like some things, and some people don't like other things.
Doug Minute Bowl eligible, who is a good auditor of the show as well, texted in and said, in quotes, "We're the #1 country in the United States." He said, Doug's line now must be clipped up. Did you say the #1 country?
I didn't hear that.
In the United States.
Well, it's true, yeah.
Okay.
Agreed. There are no other United States that can claim that.
Okay.
Wow, Martin is just shredding the Iggy era of TMA. That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig. Now, what does that mean?
About golf talk? Did Iggy often reference a shot he had here or there?
He would talk about the TMA Fan Page Club Championship quite a bit. And he would unfortunately lose in the first round often and then break down his round thoroughly.
Talked often about a perfect putt he hit that was 30 feet short of the cup.
That's correct.
But with just one more oscillation, it would have been right in the hole.
I was going to make that putt, but then Diane Cannon called. And I was,
Diane Cannon knocked the putt.
I mean, Jesus, most guys with manners would have let me take the call, but they didn't let me take the call, so then I missed the putt.
Guys, Joey just tried to cuck Martin. The show just advanced. That's from Brad in Boca. Martin, you asked a wonderful question. Kim wanted to know if you guys could get together, and then Joey just immediately skipped over you and said, I'm a married man.
Guy. Took it, of course, as he's such a swashbuckler, that, of course, it was just about him. His wife was not allowed to be included in the dinner, apparently. It's just Joey Vitale.
Sharon and Clayton on swimsuits. Swimsuits are crazy. We would never answer the door in our underwear, yet we willingly wear the same thing on a public beach or pool. It's stupid. That's Sharon and Clayton. She's anti-swimsuits, I guess?
Not to mention her hot body that looks hot in a bikini.
How about that?
I'm sure you've seen the pictures of people like in the early 1900s
with those striped swimsuits,
complete dresses,
those like tents that you change into on the beach.
The hats. What's going on with the hats?
Not a good look.
Everybody wore a hat back then. Everyone wore a hat. I don't get it. Men's bathing suits are kind of okay now. The longer look. For a long time, it was a Speedo, which was a little much. But you don't see many men wearing that anymore.
If your swim trunks go past your knees, you're doing it wrong.
Really, man.
Yeah, past your knees. Yeah, that's too much.
Those are gauchos, aren't they?
Past your knees?
Yeah, I think that would be a gaucho. Oh. Big in Argentina, Bolivia.
Get those thighs out. It's time.
Okay.
Let me see your thighs, boy.
Now or later when we're alone?
Oh, wow. I'll be right back. Kyle Gibson, 845, Stiefel Dossier. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, still furious about people calling in about Sam Horn and the Wildcat last night. He's with us at 9:15, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. You got the showdown in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today between Buck Swope and Riot's dad. Whoever wins it wins the month of August. But if Kevin Miller, the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, wins, well, then it sets up a showdown for the sudden death playoff on Tuesday when the show returns, as 101 ESPN is off for the Labor Day holiday. And then, of course, the drops of the week. There's your Stiefel Dossier. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com, that's the website to head to if you're picking out a new vehicle, also trying to buy that car with little to no money down, looking to get the best rate possible, and doing all of that with a certain situation or a hiccup in your past. Doesn't matter, because Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get the vehicle and they'll help you get your credit back on track. They've even got the free playbook you can download when you go to the website, AutoLoanPro.com. Our buddy Bob Thomas, and he's a big golfing guy too, Robert Thomas, friend of Auto Loan Pro. See him on the website, download the free playbook, pick out your car, and they'll get you the best rate possible. They can do that because Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Financing a car, only one thing to know: and that is to choose the Pro, the Auto Loan Pro. They're part of the Lita family. And again, if you need a vehicle, get online, autoloanpro.com. They'll get you into the best vehicle available. Next time around, maybe it's something different because you're learning how credit works and getting it back on track. They have 50 different lenders. They're not vendors, they're lenders. That's how they're able to do it. Anyone can sell you that car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Get online at autoloanpro.com.
What is our music theme, you think, Doug?
I just don't know.
Today would have been the King of Pop's 67th birthday.
Oh, really?
67? Wow. Madonna's 67.
Is she? Really? Okay.
Taylor Swift, the Madonna of 21st century, was at the Nebraska-Cincinnati Bearcats game last night, which was played at Arrowhead. Patrick Mahomes' imposter Dylan Raiola led the Huskers to a win. 2017, your final, but they did not cover, Doug. I don't know if you had Cincinnati in the 6.5.
Didn't put any money down on it this time. Taylor living in Kansas City now?
They definitely got engaged in Lee's Summit.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm. That's what the report said, yeah.
Huh.
I guess Travis Kelsey's dad talking to somebody. So it was in their house in Lee's Summit.
Warson Woods Wacko? I mean, this guy's got all the scoops.
I don't know Kansas City well enough to know where you would go to live to have some privacy in a big mansion somewhere.
I think Lee's Summit.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's where Drew Lock's from, that area.
Okay.
Not
Where's
mistaken.
John Sunvold from, Doug? Was he from Lee's Summit?
I think so.
Blue Springs, maybe.
That's
one of those two.
Yeah. And that's just on the eastern side of the Kansas City.
Leewood, dumbass!
Oh, I said I didn't know the area.
I think he's talking to me.
I think he's talking to Jackie.
That's from Mr. Mud Jack Mike.
I read Lee's Summit.
Well, Jackson may be issuing an apology coming up here on the program, and that would be unfortunate.
I don't see that happening. Just being honest.
The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Even though we have a long weekend ahead of us, Doug, it looks like the working man is still working because 301 people are in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and that's the magic of football being back. ILL tonight laying 45.5 against Western Illinois and the Leathernecks.
Okay.
Missouri covering last night against Central Arkansas, but most likely losing Sam Horn and their starting kicker, Blake Cray.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you a pick-me-up here.
Oh, what do we got?
Pravula was going to be the starter anyway. Probably.
Wow. Warson Woods Wacko, call in.
Now the backup was, what, a 4 or 5 star quarterback? I know he's a freshman, but he was highly touted. He's supposed to be a really good player, too. Maybe he'll get a few more touches than he otherwise would be, and be ready for next year if Pravula is gone, is a one-year guy. You would think just about any kicker who can make the team can make the extra points in the 30 and 40 yarders. So it could be that the only really thing affected, worst case scenario, both Horn and Blake Craig are out for the season. Worst case scenario, you might struggle to make 50-yard field goals.
But that could cost you a game.
It could.
Not having that weapon, that kid who could drill it, that, no disrespect to Sam Horn, but if you have a quarterback who's capable, like you're saying, in Bo Prabula, you better hope you've got a kicker who can step right in and do that, because college football, how many times are you watching late? It's like, we need this kick to win it. Mm-hmm. I would say that's very concerning.
But there are a lot of guys that can kick. It seems
you got to do it in the pressure
It seems every year, as soon as somebody graduates, another guy comes along and go, wow, this guy's a good kicker. You know, everybody's replaceable. Maybe not as good, but I would think that there's probably a good chance that the backup's still a pretty good kicker.
I hope.
Yeah. I'm just trying to put a little bit of a positive spin.
No, I see. First, you're rooting for Central Arkansas to win.
I wanted them to score. I didn't want them to win.
Are there guys who kick with both legs?
Yeah, well, no, not in football. They just use one.
I got to say, I don't know how Papers does that. I mean, that's like immediate. We're just
Stedman-esque.
I know. All of a sudden,
Stedman-esque.
we're just talking about kickers, and boom. Is that the new report?
Just got to be locked in.
Are you locked in?
Big time.
Oh, really? You had a good hit this morning?
It was feeling good.
Nice. Well, that's because you're going to the lake right after the show, right?
Oh, yeah. Sound like Mo. Yeah. Oh, sure. No, I'm not going to the lakes.
Plan.
Chairman Kurt said it took him about 3 hours to get to Columbia yesterday.
How about the traffic?
Yeah.
Are they working on 70 in addition to all the Missouri traffic?
I didn't take 70 going there. I took that route we discussed.
Oh, really? Where you went down to Union?
Yeah, I went to Union. I think then hopped on, I guess that's 50. I've never been in that part of the state before.
That's right. Yeah.
Small town America. We're talking like old school diners and like.
You're out in farming country. It's kind of fun to see.
Oh, yeah. I love that.
Meh. But,
well, if you're in a hurry and you're trying to just get somewhere.
Yeah.
But I think it might have been quicker to just stay on 70, but I was moving the whole time. I took 70 home, and it was down to a lane or two for a lot of that. But
Chasey Lane.
Yeah. Oil.
Does it pop out on 70 at some point?
Does it pop out?
No, you get to Jeff City, and then you got to hit 63.
Oh, okay. So you never get to 70. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No.
So you didn't really save much time going that route?
No.
I'm heading down there on Friday. The Ritz-Carlton of Columbia, Missouri.
Oh, what is that, Broadway or the Tiger Inn?
You think I'm going to let the Pops know where I'm staying?
Oh, that's right.
Will you fly in?
Bad on me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the delicious take. So hopefully it won't be as bad, but I saw there were MoDOT pictures from Eli Hoff, who is the Mizzou beat writer for the Post-Dispatch, showing the traffic on 70. Holy crap. And then, I don't know if you experienced this, Chairman, because you went to the game, getting into the game. Now, Missouri had been sending out emails to fans saying you got to get in there early because the north end zone construction is limiting the pathways into the stadium. Mm-hmm. And so I saw on Power Mizzou fans talking about how it actually was dangerous. It wasn't just long in as far as the weight goes, but dangerous. So that could be a whole real situation for an actual game that has interest next Saturday with Rock Chalk. Doug, I mean, when that black and gold goes up against that Jayhawk and red, then in your tight quarters after having some libations for a few hours, you know what you're going to say? Put up your dukes.
Oh, what was dangerous? Did they have live electrical wires snaking around on the ground? Or
Chairman, was it live electrical
blocks
wires
about to fall off the ledge?
I didn't notice any of that.
Okay.
But
A moat?
I sit behind the south end zone, and the little walkway area was definitely more congested than usual. People trying to squeeze in there, but I went in the stadium early, so I didn't have a big issue with the line just to get in. But you could definitely tell there was a difference in the concourses and whatnot with that area being blocked off.
They had a shot during the game where you could see some of the construction workers were still there, and I guess they worked their shift and just stayed there to watch the game.
Yeah,
They still had it on their orange vest. And
I know
everything.
one of the guys, and he was loving it. Just hanging
You know
out
a
with us.
construction worker?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
On the crew, building the...
His dad probably owns
I'll
the
be honest,
company.
supervisor.
Yeah,
Oh, of course.
Dad owned the place. Yep.
Assumed.
But he was hanging out, loving
Paying
it.
his dues.
Sending some sweet pictures.
And Mizzou's a little behind on this, but I will say the addition of that new LED light display thing that they do after touchdowns and whatnot, it's a good touch.
Is it?
Added a little something to the Mr. Brightside part of the night.
Is that north end zone supposed to be done by next year?
Yeah.
Start of next year?
Yeah.
For next Saturday's game, you better be up in Columbia by Friday. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. That's from the Dover Soul.
Yeah, I bet Saturday morning traffic's going to be pretty crazy. I bet going up there.
Yeah, right after the program next Friday, I'm just going to head on down.
The play.
Settle on in at the Ritz-Carlton of Columbia, Missouri, Doug.
You lost me at Dover Soul. I had some of that and didn't think it was anything special.
God, Iggy takes another hit in the Fisher Window and Door story.
Dover Soul kind of plain, Doug?
Yeah, it is. I'd much rather prefer salmon.
Jackson, we have Kyle Gibson on the line?
Not yet.
Okay, he's going to be calling in, so I guess I should break.
Yeah.
I think he's going to talk Dover Soul, salmon, and trout and rank them. He's also talking about the fantasy football draft for Big League Impact. That is coming up as well. Then Gabe will be with us at 9:15. Doug's going to ask him about Sam Horn and the Wildcat. Gabe's going to lose his mind. Jackson, just another sampling of the post-game show. We haven't played one because we had Joey on talking about the downfall of the Roman Empire being golf. Just what do you have?
This is Oakville Carl.
Oakville Carl.
Okay.
This is Carl from Oakville. I just wanted to say, this Bo Pabulo put on one hell of a show tonight. I'm so excited, I might sell me my golf carts and buy me some tickets. One hell of a show by this boy. I feel bad for that Sam Horn, though. He's so good looking. What a cute boy. Hope he feels better.
This is brutal.
I wonder if Gabe's going to get rid of the voicemails next.
He was doing like a bad Elvis impression.
Well, he does have the option of listening to the voicemails before they play them.
No,
right?
he says he's adamant that they don't do that.
I don't think why not take them live?
Yes,
we have them on at 9:15.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if it could go any worse. Even though they're recorded, they still are messing with Gabe.
We needed Tiger Terry last night.
Did he call in? He never called in?
No.
Tim, if you do want to head up on Friday or Thursday and stay with me, we will feed you, and you can make sweet, sweet love to my wife. That's from the Midwest Butt Bandit, who Doug is inviting me to spend time with him and his wife in Columbia, Missouri.
I figured you would take one of those Rockstar buses and park in the lot right outside the stadium.
How do you know I'm not?
Okay.
I'm just not going to let people know. I
right.
can't deal with all the fans.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Hard.
exhausting.
I know it is. You try to be nice, but
you try.
They're demanding.
Thank you. Kyle Gibson, drops of the week. Gabe DeArmond, design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Doug says, let's do 6 hours today. It's too much. That's what we got. We haven't even talked about Kyle Schwarber tying Mark Whitten's record last night, and he nearly had a chance to break the record. You see that? He was facing an infielder for the Braves.
Yeah, and popped out.
Or Mets, whatever the hell they were doing. Either way, that guy's raking.
He's got 48 home runs now.
He's 49, and he's at 119 RBIs, and it's not even September.
Yeah. Going Hack Wilson on the ass.
He kind of leaned himself out and became a better hitter.
How'd the Cubs get rid of him? How'd they let him get away?
We'll hold the Cubs accountable with Kyle Gibson coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Already joined by Joey Vitale. You can go back and podcast, watch it on YouTube, or podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And we have Gabe DeArmond coming up at 9:15 on Missouri's game last night. The Colonel presented to you by James Carlton. Right now, for Big League Impact in the fantasy football draft, it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, Kyle Gibson, the former Cardinal pitcher, joining us here. Morning, Kyle.
Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
We're wonderful. How are things with you?
Going very well, thank you. Going very well.
Now, you're a Missouri guy. Did you watch the game last night?
I did not. So we had gymnastics night last night. So we had a couple kids in gymnastics. My son Mills and I hit a little bit before gymnastics with one of his teams from the Washington Lions, his 9U kid team. They're playing kid pitch for the first time this year. So we did some throwing and hitting and didn't have time to turn the game on. But sounded like they played well.
Yes, indeed. 61-6 your final. So your son's playing ball and 9U, you say?
Yep, 9U, first time kid pitch, so it's been fun so far.
Are there any kids throwing like upper 80s?
No, haven't seen that yet, but maybe it's more in St. Louis. We're a little west.
If you can just get it over the plate, just over the plate at that age.
Oh yeah, when they first start the kids throwing, everybody walks. It can get a little painful, and I would think as a former big league pitcher, it's got to be hard to watch when somebody can't throw a ball, no matter what their age is. When they can't just throw it over the plate, and you did it at high level, it's got to be a little frustrating.
You know what my career allows me to do? It allows me to remember the times where I couldn't throw it over the plate. I had quite a few times where I walked some guys and didn't throw the ball well. So I'm able to remember those struggles and hopefully have some patience. But, of course they walk guys. But you know what? They're learning to play the actual game for the first time, and it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, there's a lot of walks and some hit-by pitches, but these kids pitching for the first time, they're having a blast.
At what age were you when you realized you might have a chance to make it to the big leagues? Were you always a superstar Little League high school player?
I wouldn't quite say superstar. I mean, I wouldn't say the dream of becoming a reality of being a big leaguer probably wasn't until, maybe in college when it started to develop a little bit more. So many things can happen. Got drafted out of high school, but, I was 160 pounds soaking wet coming out of high school. Like there wasn't much of a big league dream at the time. But I feel like, toward the end of my time in Missouri, I had a little bit better idea of who I was going to be and maybe a better idea of the potential I might have.
Yeah, that's good. Because, so often the guys who make it to the top were just so good all the way along that they just kind of, you could tell immediately that, well, this is a guy that's going to make it. So it's kind of a good message to some to stay with it.
Yeah, you got some guys that their career goes like Lance Lynn, and he's been a stud his entire life. He was in the Little League World Series, and he'll tell you that most Indiana high school baseball players lived in his shadow the whole time that he played high school baseball because he was the best player in the state of Indiana for probably 4 years. And then, he went to Ole Miss and just he was good the whole time and just really kept working hard and stayed with him and obviously had his illustrious career. And there's a lot of guys that go from, late round draft picks and, might not have been expected to be, a big league player, and then they turn themselves into a really good player by, using some coaching and some hard work. So, there's a lot of different paths to the big leagues, that's for sure.
Your former teammate Kyle Schwarber, 4 homers last night for the Phillies. Unbelievable. 9 RBIs. And I'd heard from, I'm trying to remember who told me this. Oh, it might have been Matt Vierling's dad. It was saying because Matt was on the Phillies there, and probably by the year, I think you would have been a teammate of his, but he was saying how Schwarber, everybody loves Schwarber in the clubhouse. He's just a great team leader. What are your Schwarber thoughts, and did you face him at some point in your career?
Everybody loves Kyle Schwarber, that is for sure. I did face him the very next year when I was in Baltimore. We came to town in Philly, and I pitched in Philly that year. Kyle Schwarber is one of the best teammates I've had. He's the same guy every day, and he's been through struggles, he's been through injury, he's been through seasons like this where he's an MVP, and He just has a really good idea of all facets of the game. And I do find it kind of ironic that the time he got out was against a position player. So kind of unfortunate that he couldn't get that 5th home run against a position player in the 8th.
I wonder if he had done it, though, if people would all said, well, there's an asterisk behind it. It would have been a great debate. Like, oh, it counts, but does it, should it count? I feel that's the one thing I'm glad it didn't happen, because that would have just touched off a huge debate.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a player hit 5 home runs in a game and a position player not be in for his life.
Right. Yeah, at this point.
Single-handedly blowing out the other team.
You're exactly right. I mean, unless you're talking about like an 11-10 ball game, how are you not going to have that position player thing happen? Doug was asking this question, and I don't know how you observe it as somebody who actually lived the life, Kyle, but he just said, how'd the Cubs let him get away? Because this is a guy who, he's going to be in the mix for the MVP, of course, this year. And, we remember in St. Louis him beating the Cardinals in the NLDS in 2015, hitting a ball on the scoreboard at Wrigley.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And he's bounced from Chicago, Boston, and now Philadelphia. What are your thoughts on how those things play out with pitchers and players bouncing from team to team, even when they're still in their young years?
Yeah, if I remember right, that Cubs team had quite the young core, and I want to say they had maybe 5 or 6 guys coming kind of to free agency at the same time, or at least similar, right? And I mean the team, do I think the Cubs could have paid all of them? Yes, probably. Do I think that was something that they wanted to do from a business standpoint? Obviously not. But I mean, that's a tough decision. You're like, all right, well, which guy am I going to keep? Which guy am I going to take here or let go? And, I feel like undoubtedly you're going to let go at least one of them that turns into, something that Kyle Schwarber's done over his career. So, just kind of unlucky, I suppose.
And I suppose just like you, as you got much better in your late teenage and early 20s, some guys really mature even later than that and become a different player in their late 20s and 30s than they were earlier.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'm sure if you ask Kyle, the way he hits now is probably a little bit different. I think the league makes a lot of different adjustments on you as you play, whether you're a pitcher or a position player. And you've got to learn how to adapt and learn how to adjust. I mean, I think there's Cardinals players probably going through that right now. And is it easy? No, it's not easy. But I mean, there's a reason that, when I was 8 years in, I added a cutter, and, when I was 9 years in, I added a sweeper, and, all of these things that you've got to do to keep getting better and hopefully keep, adjusting to the game and adjusting how hitters or pitchers are facing you.
The Cardinals announced that Andre Palante is going to pitch on Sunday, and he's really been struggling. They have not been winning. He's been giving up runs. But one of their reasonings was we want to see him work through this. He's a younger pitcher and, got to work through it, which frustrates fans because they say that's what the minor leagues is for. But what do you think that looks like as a pitcher when they say he's going to work through it? What do you think, and not that you're watching all of his starts, but just in general, what is that like for a younger pitcher to say, okay, go out there, you've been struggling, but figure it out?
Well, it's tough. I mean, there's 2 parts to it, right? One, I think it gives him a head nod or a vote of confidence where they say, hey, listen, Andre, we're sticking with you. You're going to keep working through this. You've got 5 or 6 starts left, and we want to see you make the adjustments. And it gives you a vote of confidence because I've been there in 2017 when I got sent down 4 years into my career. I had a 9 ERA through 8 starts and was really begging to be sent down. And they said, all right, we're going to send you down to give you a reset. Or they could have said, no, you're on this team and you're one of our players. So I think that vote of confidence saying, Andre, you're in this rotation and we're going to let you work through this is a big deal. But I also think, most of these adjustments at this level are small and can be made, not easily, but, it's probably not a big adjustment. So I'm sure him and Dusty and everybody are looking through things. And Andre's got really good stuff. And sometimes it's location, sometimes it's pitch selection, and then when you find it, all of a sudden you look like, whoever helped you out looks like the smartest guy in the room. So, I have no doubt that he can make the adjustment. He's got good stuff and a good head on his shoulders.
We had some folks texting earlier say they played with you, the pitching machine tournament that folks had played with you. I don't know what that means.
What is this thing, Kyle?
All right. I mean, this was a blast, right? So last weekend, a little city called Dutso, a little river town here out in Franklin County, hosts a machine pitch baseball tournament where the machine's set at like 65 or 67, and you play a game, other than you just don't have a pitcher. So, I was on my brother-in-law's team. We ended up getting second place. We lost 6-5 in the championship. Started at shortstop and just kind of got ate up by some balls. And my brother-in-law was like, "Hey, I've been playing shortstop in this tournament for 10 years. Why don't you slide to third?" So I slid to third and did my best Nolan Arenado impression, being low and being ready to react, and had a lot of fun. Let me tell you, it's something I look forward to playing in for like the last 10 years. And I told my brother-in-law, I was like, "Listen, as soon as I retire, if you got a spot on a team, I want in." And he texted me a week after I retired, and maybe not even a week, and said, "Hey, August 22nd, be there." I was like, "All right, sounds good."
Sounds like fun. I would think it would take more than 6 runs to win most games against a pitching machine throwing 65 miles an hour.
So that was our 3rd game of the day and our 7th game of the weekend. So I think everybody was a little tired. The bats slowed down a little bit.
All right.
It's amazing how many people have texted in. So I saw Gibby and Dutso against some beer drinking Hoosier rednecks last week or something, which I would never say that there's a lot of folks apparently took it in.
Yeah, there was a lot of people watching. It was a lot of fun. It's kind of a big deal. It's baseball here in the state of Missouri is a big deal, obviously. And, the people around the area, Ditso's an area that takes baseball really seriously. And, they don't want somebody from across the river coming over and winning the tournament. So it was a cool day or cool 3 days. And, yeah, there was quite a few people that came out to watch. It was fun.
Kyle Gibson, our guest here on TMA. You're listening to 101 ESPN and watching on the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. You are involved and have been involved for a while, Kyle, with Big League Impact. And this is one of the signature events, the Fantasy Football League, where listeners can sign up to play with guys such as yourself at 101ESPN.com and, of course, the Big League Impact site, bigleagueimpact.org. What do we have coming up, and how can listeners get involved?
Yeah, the Big Fantasy Football Day is coming up September 5th, I believe. Wayno's coming back in town. New Bar's going to play. Palante's going to play. Swanson's going to play. And then they allowed me to have a league in my retirement, so that was nice of them. So, quite a few of us are going to play, and then there's going to be the event where you can come out to Busch Stadium and play catch on the field and see Busch Stadium from a little different perspective. And a lot of those guys will be there for that event to kind of answer some questions and hang out and talk for a while. So it'll be a nice meet and greet. And then, playing fantasy football against those guys as well. So it'll be a lot of fun. It always is. Wayno, obviously, anytime you've been around Wayno, he makes the event awesome and special. And it's raising money for a great cause. So it'll be a lot of fun.
It is at 101ESPN.com where you can find more information. It's the Big League Impact Fantasy Football Draft coming up next week on the 5th. Kyle Gibson still involved and will be playing with other members of the Cardinals and, of course, Adam Wainwright as well. Kyle, enjoyed the conversation, man. Thanks so much for taking time out of your morning to join us, and look forward to talking to you more down the road. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Go Tigers and go Lions. 9U. Got a big game after Labor Day.
Oh, there you go. The Lions 9U team. I'm betting them. Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, guys.
That's Kyle Gibson with us here on TMA, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, talking it over again. If you want to learn more about that fantasy football draft next Friday, go to 101ESPN.com. Big League Impact. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the Stiefel Dossier at 10:45. Big showdown between Buck Swope and Riot Stat. If one of them win, they win the month of August. If neither win, they will have a sudden death playoff on Tuesday when the show returns after the 3-day weekend. Doug, you know something about Design Air Heating and Cooling and Silver Foxes?
Well, it's the home of the handsome repairman, and Larry, of course, is the leading Silver Foxman right now for Design Air, but they've got a whole staff of them. This is a company that's been around since 1904. There's nothing you can throw at them that they haven't seen when it comes to your air conditioner or your furnace. They have been proudly serving the St. Louis area for more than a century now, keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company, they are also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. We appreciate that and thank them for that. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis summer heat or the cold, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. So visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. That's Design Air comfort you can count on since 1904. And ask for Larry the Silver Fox.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's where you can send your emails. Try to compete with Buck Swope. Try to compete with Riot's dad. Try to compete with Midge. Midge is really good, too. Midge could have a big September. I'm kind of thinking Midge is a September emailer to keep an eye on.
Just really starting to blossom.
Yeah, I like where Midge's game is right now, in form, kind of like Cameron Young. McKernan's in form, too. He's frustrated with people talking about Sam Horn being in the Wildcat. He says it wasn't the Wildcat. We'll see what Gabe DeArmond has to say about last night's festivities. Any new information possibly on Blake Craig or Sam Horn's conditions. That's coming up here at 9:15 on the Stiefel Dossier. Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, next on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals a win yesterday, splitting the series with Pittsburgh back in action tonight from Great American Ballpark as they take on the Reds. It's going to be a 5:40 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was our Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Gabe gon' take off that shirt, you hear? Mizzou Nation gon' be running wild like that cigar drink Tiger style. Suck it, punters, if you think we done. We gon' be your number.
Well, they're not happy with the show in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Why not?
A new poster by the name of Martin's Wildcat Agenda.
Wildcat Agenda?
And I don't recognize the avatar of Martin's Wildcat Agenda. It's just Wildcats. It's just a generic Wildcats logo.
Okay.
Says this dossier sucks.
Yeah, but get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here.
This is like legit good.
And then Chaim Bloom's gag order says, I would like it better if they squeezed in a Timmy the Tickler or Caller Adam call every now and then. Doug, you remember Timmy the Tickler? He would call
a
it.
weasel.
We would always, and for years, 21 years, just schedule callers to call in. Happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
So they don't like the fact that we're having, guests on the show. I did notice the dossier is a little tighter today. There is no under construction. There is no, look at the sporting world.
From the desk of Jack B.
There is no from the desk of Jack B.
There's a look. I've renamed it. It's now called A Peek Around the World of Ball and Ball-Related Topics.
Oh. Where's the Bitterman's Roundtable?
Still need that.
And the topic, for the record, that is theoretically this segment in A Peek Around the World of Ball and Ball-Related Topics is the following, Doug. Connor McDavid, all options on table as historic free agency looms. Connor McDavid.
And that's a peek around the world of ball and ball-related topics,
So that's
which
just
is
ball-related.
totally different from a look at the sporting world.
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
We have fallen behind on our commercial break, so just for full transparency, that's Jackson's fault, just like Martin not waking up on time.
Clearly
Thank you.
Jackson's
Thank
fault.
you.
I'm still just irate, not with myself, but with Jackson.
Thank you. That's the right thing.
Yeah, none of it's on you.
So
These commercial breaks have been tough.
We have a quick segment here. Gabe's joining us next. You can attack me, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com for the quick segment. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. Gabe joins us next, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency.
Oh. Missouri. So much for the Missouri Waltz. This is our state song now.
Thank you. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. And it is our pleasure to add to an already robust Stiefel dossier with Joey Vitale, Kyle Gibson, and the still to come drops of the week and design air heating and cooling email of the day showdown between Buck Swope and Riot's dad. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com. Morning, Colonel.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
I can't tell you how happy it makes me to wake up on a Friday morning and watch the post-game show last night. It just really, it's like a little key bump for me on a Friday morning, Colonel.
Was the highlight the guy who called in to let me know he was eating chicken wings on the commode?
Doug, we haven't had a chance to hear that one yet. Jackson does have it. Martin, here's a little taste of the Colonel's post-game show last night. Take a listen.
Some more calls, Billy, because I know you and I were both enjoying those. Let's go that route for a minute.
I'm eating chicken wings on the potty. I'm eating chicken wings on the potty.
Why did I suggest that we go to the voicemails? That was a bad idea.
My favorite part was that we thought more was coming, so we let it play twice.
Yeah, it is. It's just a wonderful. As this audience has infiltrated the Colonel's voicemails, Doug, it's another sense of pride for the work that we're doing.
Well,
that's who you're broadcasting to.
I was telling Gerard after we got done, the thing is, it's clearly become a thing where people are trying to, this is a bit. And I respect that. But the problem is when people try to be funny, most people aren't actually funny. I appreciate the ones who are. Most just aren't.
You were saying a lot of people are trying to live up to Tiger Terry. And Tiger Terry did not get on last night?
No, he may have left us a voicemail. I don't know. I'm sure we had a ton of them. I'm not downloading. Obviously, we do no screening of the voicemails ahead of time.
Doug, here's what Tiger Terry sounds like.
Oh, good. I'd like to hear him.
Oh, I thought you were going to it. I was reading body language on Jackson, and I was off. I apologize. I put Jackson on the spot.
Give me one moment.
Oh, it's all right. Okay. It's not a big deal. He's the guy. Okay. Colonel, I asked these boys at the outset of this program, I said, what is your headline from last night? And Doug, who is a pleasant gentleman, optimistic as all get out. Jackson describes him as folksy. And Jackson both take away Bo Pribula and the fact that Missouri won in the fashion that it did. I, of course, am negative and see the world for what I see it as being a miserable, dark place where we all just wind up as fertilizer.
Oh, well, ultimately, I guess.
And I said, no Sam Horn and no Blake Craig, and I don't feel as good about the team's chances going forward, to be honest with you. And I hate to say it, but I got an obligation to tell the people what I think. That's where I am. What do you think?
I think the takeaway is Missouri's got its quarterback. And, what I wrote after the game last night was you can look at it as Pribula won the job by default because Sam Horn got hurt on his first snap. And, no official word, but it certainly doesn't seem like he's going to be back anytime soon. But I also think he pretty clearly earned it with the way he played. It was Central Arkansas, but 348 total yards and 4 touchdowns in his first college start, I believe, is, that's impressive. All you can do is play the team opposite you. But as far as the injuries, I know it's kind of weird to say it, but the more impactful one to the season to me is clearly Blake Craig, because we know there's another quarterback. We have no idea if there's another kicker. Now, maybe Robert Meyer is maybe he comes in and has a 2007 Jeff Wolford type season. Who knows? I'm not saying the kid can't get it done, but we just haven't seen it.
Yeah, have you heard anything about Craig's injury too? We did see Horn with the brace on his leg. I've heard nothing about Craig.
Yeah, no, there's been some rumors on our message board and stuff like that, but no. I checked in with the team spokesman this morning. They're both getting MRIs this morning or today, and I said, if you guys get anything, do you expect to put out any sort of information? And he said he didn't know at this point. We won't talk to Drinkwitz again, I believe, till Tuesday. So, injuries are always weird. I mean, you don't want to be wrong on an injury. So we may be waiting a few days, but just look. I haven't seen many guys on crutches and a full leg brace, and then it turns out to be okay. And Eli Drinkwitz did not sound like a guy whose team had just won 61-6, and he was super optimistic about those injuries.
Yeah, and the Horn injury is just heartbreaking to know how many years he's tried, and he finally gets his chance, and he risks the baseball career to go out and play, and on the first play he goes down. You can't feel any worse for a guy.
Yeah, it's terrible for the kid, absolutely. And look, this was about half our postgame show was me yelling at people that were saying this last night. That was a football play. Like, football happens. If you can't run Sam Horn there, then just take a knee on every down. Don't risk anybody getting hurt. That's just a football play. The same thing could have happened to Bo Prabula or Ahmad Hardy or any number of guys last night. You get hit by big people. Sometimes bad things happen. But yeah, you feel terrible for Sam. I mean, everything, he's the type of kid in this era of the transfer portal that I think fans really kind of gravitate to. I mean, I talked to him before fall camp and just said, like, no offense, but why are you still here? And he said, I love my teammates. I love the coaches. I love Columbia, and I want to give this my full shot and, get to play football again. And obviously it didn't happen.
And obviously, Gabe, there were issues with the O-line. Remind us during camp. I thought it was the Lindenwood appearance where Drinkwitz said, we know what we're doing. Tell folks who haven't been paying close attention what's been going on in the O-line and how it has been sort of a topic this summer.
Yeah, so they moved Caden Green out to left tackle midway through fall camp, and then obviously that caused a couple of other shifts. So three guys basically playing different positions or new insertions to the starting lineup. And my initial reaction after the game last night, I mean, in the middle of the second quarter, I was going, well, Bo Prabula is not going to make it to Game 5, and this is right after Sam Horn has suffered what appears to be a serious injury. I'm going, we're going to be talking true freshman Matt Zoller starting pretty soon if this line continues to play this way. Now, in their defense, they did not continue to play that way. They got a lot better in the second half. I think my view of the line last night was skewed a little bit just because their 5 worst plays were all jammed in like an 8-play period. It was just boom, boom, boom. Prabula's taking huge hits, and it was all right in that area. If you take 2 series away, I think they played probably an A- football game on the offensive line, but those 2 series knock it down. And the problem when you look at that is, okay, it was 6 plays or whatever against Central Arkansas. Well, how many is that next week against Kansas? And how many is it against South Carolina? Because this is clearly the worst team Missouri's going to play this year. And so even though it was only 5 or 6 plays, Central Arkansas should not make those 5 or 6 plays. Like, your quarterback should not be getting hit the way Bo was getting hit last night.
Well, does it appear those offensive linemen that may have struggled, do they have the physical talent to get it done? And if they do, then maybe it's just a matter of getting some experience and some coaching.
Yeah, I mean, Caden Green is, he was thought to be a left tackle coming out of high school and coming out of the transfer portal, and he's playing a position he hasn't played really since very, very early in his college career at this point. So, yeah, Curtis Piegler was playing his first significant offensive snaps at right guard last night, and Dom Jadis was hurt last year at Michigan. So, absolutely, I mean, it's game 1. You don't want to draw any overarching conclusions. So my only conclusion was, this has to be as bad as they look. Like, they have to get better throughout the year.
Yeah, I can't tell you how impressed I was with Prabula, but maybe it's just because it was Central Arkansas, but it looked like everything he did was just spot on.
He's clearly he's a really good athlete. He's a really good runner. The arm was the passing I thought was better than advertised. You do have to is that 31-yard touchdown run a 31-yard touchdown run against anybody else on Missouri's schedule? I mean, maybe not. But you can only play the team that's on the other side of the field. So he did. You have to look at everything through the lens of we get this as a middling FCS team, so you don't want to draw too many conclusions from it. But we've seen Missouri struggle. I mean, they beat Abilene Christian 34-17. They struggled to put away South Dakota for a while. I mean, that game was over 6 minutes in and never got any closer, so they did the only thing they could do.
I do think Marquise Johnson, every game, just take a couple of shots. I think it's worth it, right? Even if you miss on it, I feel like that guy's such a threat. You better have that in the game plan every week to take a few shots with him.
Absolutely. And, Missouri took some shots last year. They just didn't hit on any of them. That was the biggest weakness of that offense is there just was no big play ability. And Drinkwitz talked about it last night. Hey, we have to be more explosive. And, I mean, that first touchdown pass, that was one where I called touchdown before Bo Perbula started his throwing motion because that's how open Johnson was. And then I actually thought the second one was more impressive because he was wide open again, and Bo underthrew him, but he made a really nice adjustment to come back and get the ball. And so in doing that, he had to slide and was down at the one rather than having a second, 45-yard touchdown on the night. But, he was definitely one of the more encouraging signs last night. Kevin Coleman, Ahmad Hardy, I thought were as advertised. Josh Manning made some plays. So I think you feel really good about where everything is at, or as good as you can considering who you play.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest. He's with us every Monday and Friday here on TMA, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James, my insurance agent, has been since 2019. The number is 314-961-4800, or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, presenting the Colonel 425 five-star reviews for James and his team in Webster Groves, and I am a very happy client myself. We talked a little bit about the offensive line, Gabe, and getting your perspective on that. Of course, Perbula and Craig, the situation there. But for those who are not familiar with what was going on in camp with the offensive line, that to me is something that, taking the injuries away from the conversation last night, that groundwork was laid in August with what was going on with left tackle and then moving things around. So what is your perspective on it? Because I saw in your column or on the postgame show, one way or the other, you said you altered your expectations when you saw what was going on at left tackle.
Yeah, I don't think it's an ideal solution to be looking for your left tackle 2 weeks before the season opener. And so that knocked me from talking 9-3 to 8-4. And it wasn't Caden Green specific. It was my issue with it has always been this was plan C or so. They had a couple other guys, and obviously at some point in camp they decided, hey, we need to be better than this at left tackle or it's going to be a problem. So this is kind of if one of those guys gets hurt or if one of those guys is not good enough, then I don't know what the next plan is. I don't know where you go from there. And I'm fully open to the idea that, hey, like Doug was saying, this line gets better and actually end up being the strength of the team and everything's good. And this all these hypotheticals end up looking stupid. But, let's see Kansas come in here, and then even more so, let's see South Carolina come in here and see what they look like in week 4, and then we'll probably have a little more base to say, okay, here's what's reasonable to expect going into the SEC schedule.
I know you're a stickler for uniforms. I thought Missouri looked pretty good last night. What'd you think of the laundry?
Honestly, could not tell you what uniforms they wore. Don't know.
All black.
Okay.
Very nice.
Was there probably not enough anthracite for my case?
Oh,
Nice.
I would like to have seen some gold pants.
You want
but
gold pants? They'll bring the gold pants back for Rock Chalk. They'll bring the gold pants back for Rock Chalk.
God, let's hope.
Gabe, I saw people making observations on the Tigers' Lair message board on Power Mizzou regarding entrance into the game. Now, Missouri had been telling people with the construction to get there earlier, but then some people said it didn't matter about getting there earlier in the south end zone. All hell was breaking loose. Have you heard anything more about that here? I know obviously you got a Thursday night game and you're probably not tracking that, but I just didn't know if you'd heard anything about that.
No, I mean, obviously I wasn't down there, but this was predictable, right? I mean, it's different. There's construction going on. There are not as many places to enter and walk, and I told people for a week, I said, we're going to be seeing people ripping Mizzou because they missed part of the first quarter. Like, leave early. I don't know what to tell you. Like, there are 70,000 or 60,000 people going into a place that is now a little less equipped to handle 60,000 people. It is going to take a little patience on your part. Get there early. If seeing the beginning of the game is more important to you than having another drink at your tailgate, then go into the stadium. And I think you just got to have a little patience with people. Like, I'm sure Missouri was not intentionally screwing with people. Somebody did say on our message board that there was some sort of, EMT situation or something, maybe in the concourse, which obviously is going to bottle up traffic and stuff like that. So I don't know, but at this point, hey, if you missed some of the game, that's kind of on you.
Gabe, I was wondering, do you think they'll keep the Wildcat in the playbook? I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Oh,
with
God,
the quarterback,
no,
with the quarterback in the Wildcat position.
A lot of people like football, but a lot of people that like football don't really understand football. A quarterback playing quarterback is not Wildcat. It is fundamentally an incorrect categorization of what was going on.
Lots of voicemails last night.
We enjoyed that quite a bit. Somebody did text in serious question, how do I get Gabe's postgame? Because we play clips here. And so
it's a great show. You had like 800 MFers there at 11 o'clock at night last night, Colonel.
Yeah, no, it's on our YouTube channel. It's Power Mizzou 247. If you want to watch it, if you just want to listen to it, because a lot of people don't really want to stare at me for an hour. It's on Apple Podcasts. It's on Spotify. PowerMizzou.com. So it is findable all those places, and I always tweet it out and post it on our message board as well.
Can you let us know where Gerard is going? That was a developing story last night.
Gerard will share what he's doing next, I believe, later today after he probably, unlike me being old, did not wake up at 6:30 after getting home at 2:30. So he will share that. But, yeah, he is going on to other things, and we have a plan in place, and we'll share that at the appropriate time.
Yeah, I am leaving here to go right for Power Mizzou and work for the Colonels.
Are you really?
That is the announcement. I don't want to step on Gerard's announcement, but that's my announcement.
Nice. You would do that, Tim. It's Gerard's day, and now you're making it about you.
My tweet is some personal news, and
use the little siren emoji.
That's right.
You say, but I'm excited about what's next.
Yeah.
I have nothing going, but I'm excited about what's next. The next chapter.
That's what it is. The olds would be so happy. But I do want to ask this question. We've been talking about it off air. You and I were texting about it with some of our fellow KOMU alums. The sports director of KOMU, Ben Arnett, who's only 43 years old, passed away yesterday, as you can imagine, suddenly. And even if you are not a Columbia or Mid-Missouri resident, Ben has been associated with Missouri athletics and productions for football, basketball, and beyond for a decade plus. And Gabe, you knew him when he was a student there. What can you say about Ben Arnett? And I want to open up the floor because this is an incredibly sad, tragic situation for somebody who a lot of Missouri fans were familiar with and fans of.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of tweets from students about how Ben helped them get started. Kevin Puryear, who did a lot of basketball games with him, I saw had just posted on social media. It was really weird last night. Drinkwitz started his post-game press conference, and he started out in a real somber tone, and we're thinking, at least I'm thinking he's going to tell us Sam Horn's done for the year and how bad he feels about that. But then it quickly became apparent he was talking about something far more serious than that. And, he just said, you guys will find out soon enough. And a couple minutes later, KMU released the news, and somebody in Missouri texted me the link. So I kind of found out at that point what was going on, and then waited till after Drinkwitz's press conference, and you could almost kind of just see the news spread around the room, and people go, I had 43 years old. That's not what you expect, obviously. So, I was telling somebody this morning, I do not want to oversell that, Ben and I hung out and were close friends or anything like that necessarily, but when you cover a team, it's the same people every day. And especially here at a place that's so transient with all the students on this beat, there aren't very many people who have been at pretty much everything for the last 5-10 years, however long Ben's been back. So definitely jarring. And I know Drinkwitz said he literally was told, just before he walked into the press conference, he was told the news because it's happened earlier in the day, but I know it was kind of a decision that KMU and some people made, hey, let's hold this. We don't want this to get out until after the football game. But somebody had told Eli before he came in and said, look, these guys don't know, but you need to be aware before you go into this room where Ben almost always is, why he's not here. 43 is jarring, no question.
Yeah. Eli Drinkwitz tweeting this morning his expression of condolences. Dennis Gates last night, 43 years old, the sports director at KOMU and the NBC affiliate, which is the student station in Columbia. And then also he's been affiliated with Missouri Athletics and Productions now for a decade. And Gabe, I know, crossed paths with him, and you were writing that he did some work for you during the NCAA tournament, I guess, in 2009, passing away suddenly at 43 years old yesterday. Colonel, we always appreciate the time, the perspective, love the post-game show, and we'll look forward to talking with you throughout the course of the season. Big weekend of college football ahead. Got some great games tonight, too, for that matter, including a game for Missouri fans to watch as War Eagle goes on the road as a 2.5-point favorite to Waco. That is a big hot seat game with Hugh Freeze and Dave Aranda in Waco. And then, of course, tomorrow, Ohio State, Texas, Notre Dame and Miami on Sunday. You also have Clemson and LSU, Florida State and Alabama. And Monday night, Bill Belichick making his debut at North Carolina against TCU. Oh, it's a glorious, glorious weekend for college football. The Colonel will be all over it on PowerMizzou.com and here on TMA. Thank you, Gabe.
Hey, guys, go enjoy your chicken wings wherever you may be having them.
Yeah, porta potty or otherwise. Thank you, Gabe. There he is, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. You can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And you're always welcome to call in here, 314-974-0101. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Doug, Man in the Mirror, was that the Bad album?
I don't know what album or what year. I just don't.
I feel like it was later.
I really would like to help you with some of these years. I can't. I don't know the years, Tim.
Well, it wasn't on Thriller.
Right. This was he did it. This wasn't the one with Macaulay Culkin in the video, was it?
That was Black or White. George Wendt.
Yeah. This was on Bad. I apologize.
Of course it was. I like when people challenge me. Godspeed.
Was that self-eliminating?
They call it auto-eliminating. You got to be flexible.
Okay.
So what are we? Almost 3 hours in, or you guys are, and we haven't talked about Timmy Trumpet yet.
He was back.
He's back, Doug. How do you feel about that?
I guess I'm fine with it.
Jackson, are you mad as a hornet?
Mad as a hornet, no, but I wish that they could find something else.
Yeah, I wish they'd move on from that.
It does get the people going.
But it happens so often. That's what gets a little annoying.
Right, well, especially against an opponent like Central Arkansas. You're going to get into third down pretty quick.
Yeah. I mean, every time the other team has the ball, you're going to probably have a third down at some point during the drive.
You'd hope.
Yeah. Okay.
They love that, don't they?
Oh, Papers is doing a little dance.
What's that called? Is there a title for that?
That's Timmy Trumpets and the song Narcos, yeah. I'll play as a comeback song.
Narco Nudies. Narco Nudies.
I thought you wanted a name for the Jackie Dance there. You were kind of sashaying a little bit.
That was the Jackie Shuffle.
The Jackie Shuffle.
The Trumpets Bush League. That's from the Big Show. In the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Harrison's brother Master is texting this in multiple times. Jackson said Sam Horn looked great last night. He actually said this. This needs to be discussed. That's from Harrison's brother Master. And Martin, you might be surprised to hear this, but he is not happy.
No, that's not what I said.
And he said this about 15 times on the text line.
Because it's so good.
Uh-huh.
I said the run he was on before he got decimated on the lower half, he was like looking quick. He was looking like he knows how to run. And
you saw a burst.
Well, and the talk has been that Horn's the guy who slings it, and Prabula's got a little more Brady Cook kind of legs to him. And I thought Sam Horn, being in a designed run and looking pretty good, was saying something. Obviously, it didn't end well, but I didn't say Sam Horn looked good. He had one snap.
Every time a quarterback in college or the pros runs, I think that's going to happen. Right. Don't run. You're going to get hurt. Don't do it. You're too important.
Be careful what you say, or Harrison's brother Master will misconstrue completely and lie. And lie. What he did there was a lie. That was a lie.
Are you going to sue him for slander?
No. The people know. He tells on himself.
I'd like to defend, is it Lowell Galindo, who was on the call?
Rough
Lowell Galindo.
Night. The players and who they actually were inaccurate many a time.
But I would
that's on the Missouri team, not on the Central Arkansas team.
Because you wouldn't know on the Central Arkansas.
Yeah.
And that was Bob who caught the ball for Central Arkansas. Sure it was. But is it possible, this is regarding Wildcat Gate, is it possible that when Horn was injured, he's explaining what they were told was the plan was for Prabula to start, but for Horn to play a little Wildcat in the first half. Is it possible that that was told to them and maybe was true, but he wasn't saying that play was Wildcat, but the plan for Horn, he was explaining.
Like Horn would go in the game and then
here's what the plan
Hardy
was.
might take the snap in the Wildcat.
Yeah,
right.
What the plan was, as opposed to saying that play. Is that possible? I think
it's possible.
I'm not trying to carry water for, is it Lowell
Galindo?
Seems like you're a little.
Okay. Wow.
Pull the tape. Jackson said Sam Horn looked good. Doug, he wants us to pull the tape.
On that run. I probably said that, but then right after, not period, then another sentence.
Sure.
On that run, end of sentence.
It did seem like a small sample size to know how good he looked.
This is a comment making pass. Oh, my God.
Okay.
You need time away, don't you?
It's just so dumb.
Okay, don't get angry.
He is angry, and I like it.
No, I'm not. I get angry.
I'm not angry.
I get angry when people say, oh, he's angry when I'm not.
Oh.
That's when I get angry.
I understand that.
Well, you're not angry. Okay. Oh, I hope
Will they put out a release today? Because they won't have media availability. I'm wondering, because they said they would have the MRI results. But the tone from Drinkwitz was pretty somber. So it's Bo Prabula time in Mizzou.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Warson Woods Wacko is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Doug. This is a huge development.
Really?
I would assume he's going to admit defeat here, right?
Well, we'll
I
find
would
out.
imagine he has more information. This is like having Shefty on, Doug, with Micah Parsons. Warson Woods Wacko, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN with Jackson Burkett.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Oh, we're fine. You?
KG is partially correct. We'll just never know who is going to start. It's really unfortunate. I feel bad for Sam Horn. I mean, because he's had an injury-plagued career in college, worked his tail off to get back, signed with the Dodgers, which tells me how committed he was to playing football. And it just is unfortunate. I'm very concerned about the fact that Bo really likes to run the ball like a running back, and if he goes down, you got an 18-year-old kid that's coming in, and he has, maybe in high school playing in front of 15,000 people. Well, if he has to go down and play in Auburn in front of 10 times that number, and freak athletes on the other side want to, kill him, I just hope we're not in that scenario. But Bo looks good.
But Mr. Wacko or Mr. Woods, whichever you prefer, Mr. Woods, if you would explain, you weren't predicting that Sam Horn would be the quarterback. You were saying he was going to be, that he was. I understood it to be that you knew.
Martin,
yes.
First of all, I thought we were Fiddlesticks brothers.
No, we're good. It's a Northern Arizona reference, Tim.
Oh.
How about that?
Yeah.
The old Paul Bunyan said, no, we're good. I just think we need to clarify because I think the audience, like myself, feels you were saying it was a fact.
I was not. I really thought he was going to start. And that's based on some information that I happened to garner through some people that I know down in Columbia that are kind of close to the team. And
so it was based on information. So you weren't just predicting it. You felt that you had an intel that would.
No, I really thought that.
Okay.
I do know that a lot of the kids there that play on that team loved him and liked playing with him. And I'm not taking anything away from Bo. I mean, that guy's a stud. But they, it was a no-win situation for Drinkwitz. And, it sucks because I think that team's pretty good other than they got to work on the offensive line. But I really did hear that from some people there. That's no joke.
All right, well, I just wanted to clarify because I thought all along.
Did you bet $100 with Harrison's brother Master because he's adamant you owe him $100?
Okay, dude, just give me your Venmo. I'll pay you. So you shut up.
No, don't do it. Don't pay him.
Well, we had a $200 bet.
Pay him?
That?
Jesus, I mean, $100. That's like, hey, he made rent.
How many pan coins you got, bitch?
Yeah. Did you go to Northern Arizona University?
I did.
Oh, okay. Well, just like Andy Strickland went to NAU. How random is that? Flagstaff?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went there, Martin. I went there to remember Steve Axman?
Absolutely. I was the producer of the Axman show, Tim. He was Troy Aikman's offensive coordinator at UCLA. So when I see Aikman, we talk about Axman.
Aikman and Axman, Doug.
Yeah, he was at UCLA with Aikman.
Yep.
That's why. So I went there for that. I quickly learned that.
What do you mean you went there for that?
Were you a football player, Wacko?
I was, but I never played.
Was Hendricks Johnson there when you were there? John Bonds?
No. Remember Jeff
Stewart?
Lewis? Jeff Lewis was the quarterback.
Yeah, his brother was a sportscaster in Phoenix.
I'm eating
chicken
wings.
Unfortunately, he passed away. Did you know that?
I did not know that. Tim, I'm sorry. We've hijacked. We've gotten. I think this is a tactic.
I've never seen Doug so angry.
This is a tactic by Mr. Woods to just divert us from the real story, which is the misreporting.
Boomer Kingsley.
Yeah. I mean, it's. Don't you guys think that I mean, there's a scenario where we go into Alabama with no defeats after beating South Carolina, which I think is a really good team, and if he gets hurt. I mean, what do you do? you just pray for the best. I know what's his name? Navarro? Is that his
Dave
name?
Navarro. Doug got sideways with Perry.
Matt Zollers, the backup?
Yes, Zollers.
Okay, you were close.
I mean, whatever.
Oh, well, for heaven's sake. Any team could say this. It's football. Any team is a starting quarterback injury away from not being who they normally are.
So, an argument, Doug. I mean, let's say my scenario plays out, or you're like, any team on any given play.
Well, I'm saying those are the years that it's not going to work out for you.
Goes down and throws for 900 yards in Auburn.
That's just football. If you have a season where your starting quarterback goes down, it's probably not going to be a very good season for you, and that's probably nearly every team in the SEC could say that.
Our starting quarterback went down last night.
No, the backup went down.
With the backup.
Okay, and the backup now.
Play call ever.
The backup now, even though he's a young guy, he was like a 4 or 5 star quarterback in high school. He's a talented kid. You'll be all right. This happens all the time in football.
I agree. I agree with you. I'm just saying it's probably going to be a little intimidating. It's intimidating for him right now. Think of the pressure he has put on himself now.
Okay, well, if he can handle it, he'll be a quality college player, and if he can't, he'll just be another face that goes to the system.
He is a quality college player.
Tim, they're not happy on this.
They are never happy, but they're really not happy. Were you just saying you weren't happy with the play call on Horn?
Yeah, I don't know why you run that.
He was in the Wildcat.
That was nothing more than just right. I mean, he essentially was, because he ran like it was a blast up the middle.
Oh,
and
Jackson's in line with you.
Burst of speed.
Maybe the greatest run we've ever seen. Jim Brown, suck it.
I feel really bad for him. I mean, it sucks. There is some just little bit of good news out of that. The fact that he plays for the Dodgers, or is going to, it makes me feel good that they're like, the Dodgers are like, shoot, there goes our pitcher. So his injury creates a little bit of happiness for the pain that the Dodgers are in.
Well, he was like a 17th round draft pick. I don't think the Dodgers franchise hinges on how well Sam Horn's going to pitch, but
they gave him $500,000.
I know.
And he does throw the ball 95 miles an hour. Wasn't he an all-SEC pitcher?
I believe he was, yeah.
Tim, here's a text that says, "Why have you done this to us?" That's from Thanks, Dad.
Well, I'll make them happy. Again, I really thought he was going to start. He's not. I want the best for Mizzou. I really do.
Look at this. And, this is a true son right here, even though he's a Los Angelino.
And Harrison, Jackson knows my Venmo. I'm happy to pay you. I don't remember doing it, but whatever. And then finally, who is that Ledoux mom, whatever?
The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She has a monogramming business that unfortunately is falling on hard times.
Her text this morning about me having, quote, bottle service at a college bar.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry that I love my kids and I don't use them as social props like you do.
Oh, no.
So if I'm going to go spend time with my daughter at a college bar, I'm sure as hell not going to, hang out with the peasants.
Oh.
I'm going to go hang out in the high dollar area, which is really not high dollar, just so I can be comfortable, because I love my kids.
Mm-hmm. There you go, Doug.
Tim, now they're asking for Mr. Licks to call in.
Mr. Licks.
Can I get an LED?
Anyway, hey, I love all you guys. Yeah. I hope Sam recovers, and we'll see what happens. But they look pretty good, and he looks pretty good too. That being Bo, he's the real deal. I just hope he just learns how to slide, not lead with his head.
There you go.
Okay.
Guy played at Northern Arizona, Doug.
All right.
Sure did. All
Back
right.
to Warson Woods.
Back to Warson Woods.
There you have it.
I just like a good Elliot Davis farewell. Come on.
I'm really liking the acoustic sessions one.
Mr. Licks has a statement. LMAO. Wacko thinks $500,000 is a big check for a billion-dollar organization. A true Warson Woods resident. That's from Mr. Licks.
I would agree that the Dodgers aren't sweating out the $500,000 they spent.
Probably not.
It is a bummer. I do think there was a little bit of a gray area there between reporting that he was the starting quarterback versus thinking or predicting. Yeah. It sounds like there was a little intel related to it, but it's hard to be that definitive without knowing for sure.
He has a leg injury. We don't know if it's a knee or a broken bone or something, but he didn't lose the leg. I'm sure in another 6-8 months he'll probably be good as new and go on and have his baseball career.
A lot of texts.
Martin,
they're asking for Festus from Festus to call in. Licks to call in. Somebody wanted their ears cut off.
That's a Van Gogh call.
Oh, my goodness. Well, he's going to pay Harrison's brother Masters.
I wouldn't pay him. I wouldn't.
So call 590 nerd. That's Ray King.
Ray King. Jeez. Matty Mock reporter. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That should be a Jim Dandy with Buck Swope and Riot's dad. Heads up for the title for August. You can compete with them the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got the drops of the week coming up next at CMA 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. Man, I hope you have done business with aesthetic design and build, because if you have, that means over the next 10 days or so, while we have this incredible weather in the St. Louis area, you will be set up outdoors in your customized deck or outdoor living space that Dan and his team built for you. They've been doing it in St. Louis for over 30 years. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I've been there. They walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. You can see those at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or give them a call. Check out that showroom in Chesterfield Valley, 636-532-5008. I was so impressed with them and like them that I had them come to my home. I recommend you do the same thing. Customize your outdoor living space and enjoy what we are enjoying right now. When we get great weather in St. Louis, you can hang out outside because Dan and his team built you a phenomenal outdoor living space. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or call 636-532-5008 and let them know I sent you their way. It's Aesthetic Design and Build.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Illinois Fighting Illini, the number 12 in the nation, Illinois Fighting Illini, get their season underway this evening as they take on the Western Illinois Leathernecks at 6:30 in Champaign. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, see, I didn't like it.
Third down. And listen to Furrow Field. Rock chalk.
As far as trumpet music goes, this has to be like the most famous little song in the
Mount
world,
Rushmore
right?
of
In the
trumpet
country.
songs.
Chuck Mangione.
Nice.
Yeah.
Real nice.
Herb Alpert.
Listen to Timmy Trumpet.
Louis Armstrong could play a pretty mean horn.
I just typed in Mount Rushmore of trumpet songs in AI.
It's got to be.
There is no universally recognized Mount Rushmore of trumpet songs.
No, I wouldn't think there is. But this has to be number one, right?
Louis Armstrong's West End Blues, Mount Rushmore by Michael Story. Wow.
How about Tijuana
Head's
Brass?
going to explode.
Herb Albert. He was just here. 90 years young.
No.
Yeah. Played at the Two Hill.
Herb Alpert?
Yeah.
He did Diamonds with Janet Jackson. Am I right on that?
Gosh, I wasn't going to bring that up. I don't know.
Wouldn't mind hearing that, Jackson. Return.
What song is that?
Diamonds, Herb Alpert, Janet Jackson. You might know her from Different Strokes.
Merv Albert?
Merv.
Yes.
We've got Merv Griffin, Marv Albert, all rolled into one.
Three-pointer, yes.
Merv Griffin, Marv
Do
Albert,
another
Herb
bump of
Albert.
Adderall. Herb Dean. Who's the song about?
Herb Dean,
Alberts.
the official from UFC.
Yeah, boy, he'd throw a guy around, too. Respect to him.
You've never heard of Herb Albert, have you?
No.
From another
What
generation.
about Merv Albert?
Merv Albert. Good Knicks play-by-play guy. I think.
Yes.
No, that's
Marv.
Marv.
Right.
Oh, that's right.
And then is there other name a Merv other than Griffin, Doug?
Griffin, Merv Redmond, Orioles outfielder.
Okay.
Fred
Redmond.
Rayford.
Yeah, Redmond. Yeah, right.
Jackson, you don't happen to have the drops of the week. 'Cause Martin stuck around for the drops of the weekend onboarding, and here it is. Doug, it's the Labor Day weekend edition of the drops of the week here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Morning After.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like it's hot, dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
Listen, Darren, you can go to hell, buddy.
Hey, his pee-pee snipped, huh?
Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap.
And you are ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. They call down, I'm pissed off, I'm ready to go. Why do you get so pissed off? I don't like hitters. How did you get through that 9? Throw the ball over the plate.
Coach, what goes through your mind when you see the ball actually go through the hoop there?
Well, I knew it was good.
Come and knock up my wife.
So I was actually cast to play Leonardo DiCaprio's role.
That would have been a perfect movie for you.
It would have.
Okay.
Ex-hamster. Is that a website about rodents?
What about more stepdads in short shorts, please?
All right, cook, son.
They all suck like this?
He's an a-hole. He is. He's an ass. The guy's been an ass his whole life.
You really like that ween, don't you, boy?
If I were to consider sleeping with Travis Kelce, I would need to have some alcohol.
Well, I figured he'd be soaking wet.
Oh, man. Honey, it's all talking.
No, I'm thrilled that he's unhappy that Mizzou football's back.
Okay.
That was drops of the week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
Doug, how can you not feel good about the work we're doing
So
here?
confusing.
I think I heard Corey Feldman, Ed Herman, Dan Marshall, Boston radio guy, and a lot of out-of-context comments by this show.
It's not pretty. We're not real proud of what we've chosen to do with our lives.
Panger just nailed it, didn't he? When he said, so it's the show, huh? It's got to be the bumper sticker.
Sums it up nicely. It really does. Martin, I know you're heading to onboarding of the Friday edition. I'm still making you do it, even with the Labor Day weekend?
I feel like he's out, but I feel like I've got to put in a little extra time today in case corporate's watching my timesheet. So I'm going to put a little extra time.
All
This
right.
is the show, huh?
Yep, there it is. Panger.
Panger, nailed it.
Time for Martin to head to onboarding. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day showdown coming up at 10:45. Buck Swope going up against Riot's dad. And if either one of them wins, they win the month of August. If not, sudden death playoff on Tuesday when the program returns following the 3-day Labor Day weekend here at 101 ESPN. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Watch with other friends of the program. 249 are in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now, talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Oh, Doug, you want to hear Diamonds? Here you go.
I sure did.
This is Merv Albert. Doug, they just play this on a loop at the Ritz-Carlton Cigar Bar.
Do they really?
I've never heard this before. I kind of like this. Who is this?
This is the Jam. What do you think? I'm going to play not the Jam?
No, I mean, I trust you in all aspects, but musically, I trust you even more.
Stop it.
He's got great music taste.
Damn right I do. This is Janet Jackson and Herb Alpert, who does business as Merv Albert.
That's what I heard. That's all I heard. I just heard Merv Albert. Yes.
And he's celebrating his 90th birthday.
Herb
Diamonds
Albert.
Love Don't Come for Free. Janet Jackson.
It's
Did she
always
play Charisse?
I don't know.
On Different Strokes, Willis's Todd Bridges' girlfriend. Am I right on that?
I just don't. I don't know. It's always kind of strange for me when a guy who was a really big name back in the day and a younger person says, who the hell has never heard the name?
Jackson
Somebody
doesn't do show prep.
Somebody said that once. The name Bob Hope came up, and the guy said, who? I said, gosh, how old am I? When one of the premier stars in all of America, and now some people don't have any idea who he is. But it works the other way, too, where young stars are big, and I say, who the hell is that? Just a little observation.
It's a fair observation. I'm experiencing this now with my 8-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
I will name people who are to us insta-call. We know who they are. We can picture great moments in their lives, and he has no idea who they are. And these are people from 2011.
Yeah.
I mean, for him, the idea of St. Louis having an NFL team is foreign.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I can't chastise his peers for wearing Mahomes and Kelsey jerseys.
Right. It'd be like me missing the St. Louis Browns. I just don't.
What about the St. Louis Hawks?
I miss the Hawks.
Okay, there you go. Who the hell's Bob Hope, you boomer? That's from Mr. Siders.
Yeah, see there.
Doug, did you know that Herb Alpert is the A in A&M Records? Thanks. That's Manute Bolelli.
I did
How
not.
about that?
No.
It's a good fun fact.
Who's the M? Crowdsourcing. Sorry.
Jerry Moss.
Jerry Moss, Randy's father. That's right. Tim, cycling on. Thanks for keeping the content fresh and us listeners wanting more. Want to go to Olive and Oak tonight? Ash, she can watch the kiddos, and we can hang and have some burgers and mushies that taste like steak and maybe some Leslie's. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Now, when he says maybe some Leslie's, what's he talking about?
Clip that off. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't have a clue what he's talking about.
Hello, petite lesbian.
But I have had the mushrooms there that truly taste like steak, and it is one of the strangest experiences I've had.
Is it a portobello mushroom?
I can't recall. I just had this like 2 weeks ago when my wife and I ate there, just like kind of a random Tuesday night. They said, you guys got to try this. And they are mushrooms that truly taste like steak. It is.
Sounds good.
Didn't that go on in the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory papers?
Well, the snozberries tasted like snozberries.
Check this out. Watch this, Doug. The snozberries taste like snozberries.
Oh, I had not heard that line.
Yeah,
I've got
That's
two
wonderful. It is
British
wonderful.
accents in my ear after all the years of being in the Republic in the North.
Yeah.
The snozberries taste like snozberries. Violet, you're turning violet. Wonderful.
Gene Wilder, Doug.
Yes, I knew that.
He did the little somersault.
Mm-hmm. He's no longer with us.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Married to Gilda Radner?
That's correct.
And is she with us anymore?
No,
she
passed from
away too?
ovarian cancer in 90.
Oh, that long ago.
90s. I feel confident.
89.
89.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I guess she's not with us anymore, is she?
Tim, that's a great looking lid. Which track is that? That's from Wooden Show 2.
Preserve, right?
That's right. You boys played it.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
We'll get back there at spring training. Don't you worry about that. Email in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and you can participate in the competition with Buck Swope and Riot's dad, this showdown. We were talking about this with Kyle Gibson, Kyle Schwarber last night, 4 home runs, and he faced a backup infielder for a chance to set the record of 5 in a game. Here is home run number 4 for the Phillies.
1-2. That one's drilled deep to right field. He has done it. 4 home runs in a game. A 3-run home run.
Boy, you got all that one.
I'll tell you what. Lefties, especially like Kyle Schwarber, have just beautiful cuts of the baseball. When they take a swing.
Ken Griffey Jr., J.D. Drew, Will Clark, Kyle Schwarber.
The list goes on and on. Those left-handed swings, man, are so pretty. When they pull it, especially like when Schwarber pulls it, it looks like he hits it 150 miles per hour off the bat. He's fun to watch.
I remember when hard-hitting Mark Wooden had his 4-home run game against the Reds.
Was that September 7th, 1983?
I don't know the years, Tim.
So frustrated.
Gosh. Unless it happened like
What'd you
last
say for the
week.
date?
I'm not going to have the year
September
for you.
7th, 1993. Don't bother looking it up.
Yeah.
Okay. And he wasn't a superstar player. Schwarber's one of the best players in baseball, one of the best hitters.
Who's the
Witten
MVP?
wasn't.
Who's a National League MVP?
Yeah. Witten was kind of an average outfielder.
Gibson, I thought Kyle Gibson made a real good point. Like, you're not going to see a guy hit 5 unless it's probably off an infield.
At this point in the game, yes, because usually some butt-ass comes in. But if you have a high-scoring game, maybe it
for sure.
Ball operation, as long as Colorado still has a baseball team.
It's got to be just a handful of guys who've ever had 5 hits in a game. That can't be a very long list, really.
Yeah, because just getting 5 ABs is not super rare, but on the rarer side.
There's been at least 710 people who have had 5 or more hits in a
Cut
game.
it out.
150 years of baseball, though.
710?
At least.
How about 6 hits in a game?
Is this like Auburn claiming national titles? Like at least 710?
119 have had 6.
How about 7 hits in a game?
Doug.
Anybody?
Don't look it up yourself.
Probably like
or
some guy named Bumpy or something.
4 players.
Bumpy.
Rocky Colavito.
Calavito,
not
he was
far
an
away.
all-star player. Doggone it.
Gotta do show prep.
I won't sit here and listen to you poor mouth Rocky Calavito.
Are you done? Yes. Cesar Gutierrez.
Okay.
Cesar Cedeno was acquired in 1985 by the Cardinals. Played a key role in the surge.
Yes, he was
Cesar Torres.
Rennie Stinnett.
Rennie Stinnett to the Pirates.
And Brandon Crawford, heart of the Cardinals.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He went 7 for 8.
Jesus.
In a 9-inning game.
7 for 8. Oh,
Johnny Burnett went 9 for 11 in a game in 1932.
Do you have a problem with like Tim Conway and Harvey Korman breaking during the Carol Burnett show? Was that hackneyed to you, or did you like it?
I didn't mind it. Was it entertaining? Yes, that's all that matters.
But was it kind of hackneyed?
It doesn't matter if it's hackneyed.
Well, Lorne Michaels doesn't like when his actors break on Saturday Night Live because they think it's hackneyed.
Too bad.
Because of Tim Conway and Harvey Korman and Carol Burnett, who had, 5 hits? 7 hits?
Carol Burnett had 7.
Thank you.
You guys want to take a guess on Carol Burnett's age?
Oh.
92.
I'll say 93 years old.
Don't worry, Tim nailed it. 92 years old.
Doggone it.
Don't even need to look this stuff up anymore. Doug, I once had 5 hits in a game at Brentwood Park. That's some VIP Pat.
Oh, did you? Okay, that's a nice day. Nice day at the dish.
I think he was wanting more of a response.
Well, I don't have a trophy to give you. That's what you're looking for. I'm not going to send you cash or anything.
Burleson is our second leading home run hitter with 16. And Kyle Schwarber hit a quarter of that in one game. Doug, that's from Ollie Doesn't Know.
I am sorry if you already said this. How many RBIs did he have last night?
9.
Yeah. I remember when the Yankees came here, and they had their lineup up on the big board at Busch, and just like most of their lineup would have led the Cardinals in home runs. Most of the guys they had in the lineup.
Have the Cardinals, have they scored 9 in a game this year?
Yes.
They have?
Yeah.
Probably so.
Well, I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
I don't know that it is.
Cardinals and Reds this weekend, Doug.
Okay. Well, had things gone just a little different, we'd be really looking forward to a important series.
Very Jeff Fisher of you there.
Yeah.
A couple of plays have gone differently.
If we had just won 15 more games than we've won, it'd be a different season.
See, think about that. You always win when you go to 100 West Dental on Manchester in Baldwin. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, who built the most modern technology dentist offices you're going to find. No phone calls needed to get in. You just go to 100westdental.com. Check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. 100 West Dental is one of the very few dental offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. If you are interested in Invisalign, mention my name. You get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental. 100westdental.com, or if you'd like, call 636-585-0100. It is 10:30 in St. Louis, and you are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
By now, we have all heard the name Stiefel. Hopefully you have. It's not Stiffle. It is Stiefel. They sponsor everything, including this award-winning broadcast Dossier. Did you know they're also throwing one of the biggest parties St. Louis has seen since the Parade Down Market in 2019? It's a Stiefel Charity Classic. Stiefel stepped up and saved this tournament for St. Louis, really. They have a new title, new energy, and it's all going down next week, September 4th through the 7th at Norwood Hills Country Club, where golf legends from the PGA Tour champions will compete. Did we mention there's also a concert? OAR is performing live at the Friday night community concert presented by CarShield. That's right. Uber Revolution is bringing the good vibes and the sing-alongs. Friday tickets cost $50. Golf and OAR are included. These bad boys selling faster than the Friday foursome at the Dotem. Any kids 16 and under, active military, veterans, and first responders, you are all in free. That is Stiefel, S-T-I-F-E-L, Stiefel, charityclassic.com. We will see you there next week.
Oh, my word. The Labor Day weekend, 3-day pony show with glorious conditions in the St. Louis metropolitan area. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. It's about time that we had an extended period of really nice weather. And we may get like a month or more, because September is the best month we have all year.
I'm telling you. You're going to be compressing the ball. It's going to sound like a little sizzler coming off your club by the time September 30th rolls around.
I played yesterday, and I was horrendous.
What was the problem? Where did you play? Let me workshop it.
I played the par 3 at Riverside.
Tough course.
Tough. God, I was horrible.
Did you walk it or did you take a cart?
Played cart. Like I'd never played before.
I took a cart at the par 3. Holy crap.
Oh, I just can't believe how bad I am.
Did they put the plaque up yet from your hole-in-one?
No, it's about the second or third time I've gone out and said, I'm not playing again until I get a lesson. I'm not going to do it. And then the time comes, somebody wants to play. I said, okay, let's go play. And I'm just as bad as I was the time before.
What's the problem? Where are we off the tee? I mean, it's a par 3, so
I'm just not hitting the ball solidly. I hit like 2 inches behind it, or I hit it thin, or I'm all over the place.
Do you mind if I put my right hand on your right hip?
Just like last night?
Oh. Wow, I just saw. So you know, I know with me being as hot as I am, and my wife being out of town, I know she's worried that I'm at Bricktop's Brio, Napoli, or anywhere in Soulard. And now she's going to podcast, probably listen live, actually, and think here I am catting around.
With Frank, too.
That was me.
Oh, I thought that was Frank. That sounds like Frank.
Would it be bad for the show if we started to sleep together?
I think it would create some dynamics that, like, once you cross that Rubicon, you can't go back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't put the cat back in the bag.
I think it would make the show better in the short term, but it could have some long term.
Certainly
effects.
make it more passionate.
Right.
But then the ending would probably be pretty bombastic. It would be big.
But
It'd be a big ending.
The listeners could hear an occasional lover's quarrel.
Yeah. Listen, I think for the listener, like Kurt said, in the short term, it'd be great.
Right.
I just don't think it's sustainable. Unless you guys want to get into some sort of, long-term situation.
Has there been a sports talk radio show before where the hosts have gotten together?
Guys in Philly?
Or are we like trailblazers in that sense?
During a slow time for the Sixers and Phillies and Eagles and Flyers, they're like, the hell. I'll give them a twirl. Warning, make sure Redcoat Burkett remembers to turn the skelly on for Monday. I know the holiday throws him off from time to time. I need to make sure I can still listen to Tim. That's from MD 2020, I believe. That's in reference to 105.7 HD2, which is TMA all day. Jackson, and you are now known as Redcoat Burkett?
That's nonsense.
Are you going to turn it on? Are you remotely fired up or something?
It's never been off. I don't know, what do you mean? My wife, I schedule it 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And then changing there. So he'll play. Best of on 101 as well, 7 to 11.
All right, as long as it plays.
He'll play.
Yeah, okay.
Who sent that in? Who sent that awful text in?
MD 2020 sounds like you want to go after him.
Wrong. Bad.
Well, the reason why I asked about putting my right hand on your right hip is I can then feel your weight shift. And I need you to be on that right hip in the takeaway, and then I need you to shift it to the left hip for the ball strike. And now what we're creating is a little lag, some shaft lean, compression, and then...
Okay.
Watch that ground pop up. And your ball sail towards the hole. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. Doug Vaughn is going to be playing in the Stiefel Classic next week outside Bernhard Langer.
I don't think so. God, that would be embarrassing.
Lies! There's been dead air over there before when you decide to gallivant around town. That's from MD 2020.
Okay. I default to you, man.
You've given up, haven't you?
No, it's good.
Like it.
It's good.
Only awful thing here is Papers Hating Dogs. That's from the St. Lunatic 92, and now they're just playing the hits. What
have I done to make people, just absolutely rip me to shreds? What have I done?
Existed.
I thought I was a nice guy.
You are a nice guy.
I thought.
What's on the itinerary this weekend? I really want to know what is on the itinerary this weekend. Because I'm watching my boys. I'm a family man with a family plan. But what are you going to be doing?
Try to be outside as much as I can. I got no real plans, which I actually like a lot.
Just you're not going to a cocktail lounge.
I'm sure I will, but I have no hard plans to do. So I'll definitely be playing golf. Probably Sunday. That's the best on a long weekend is when you play on Sunday, which is usually still relaxing. But you're like, I gotta go work tomorrow. But then you get that Sunday night where you're totally free. It's the best. Love it.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I like that take.
Yeah,
a free Sunday night.
Yeah,
and then you get to watch at Notre Dame, Miami.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I work Sunday nights for so many years. It feels weird to be off on Sunday nights.
Right. But you appreciate
nice.
it. Yeah,
nice
for
to
sure.
be off.
It's a good, weird feeling, for sure. Yeah, and then also a great part, 4-day week the next week. And then I am off not this next Friday, but the Friday after, the 12th, I believe.
To cat around a little bit?
Going to a golf tournament up in the Chicago area. So I'll be off. So back-to-back 4-day weeks for me.
Look at you.
Yeah, look at me go.
All right.
I'll make sure the skeleton's scheduled.
How about this, Lisa, who you've said is a gem? She says, Jackson, you're the best.
Oh, thank you.
That's from Lisa. Go Tigers, as in the Edwardsville Tigers.
Hey, shout out to all my people in Eville.
You got a lot of people there?
My brother and sister went to high school. My dad has not 1 but 2 degrees from Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville.
More support for Jackson. Jackson, I love you. Take that and run with it. That's from the TMA Gerbil.
That's all I need, man.
How about this? Jackson, don't let the textures bother you. Take care of yourself this weekend with a foot rub and some Lee's fried chicken. That's from the Need for Seed.
Love the Need for Seed. Thank you. Jeez. As I said it, I was realizing what I did.
That's the goal.
Are you going to clip it off?
100%.
Okay.
I'm a man of integrity.
All right.
Don't forget Jackson's ambitious use of wrong vocabulary words. That's from the Crystal City Clam Hammer, and now they're back.
Feel free to send an example. Dossier would be definitely one, but that's kind of the whole idea of it.
And Stiefel said we love it.
Right. So proof is in the pudding there.
Yep.
I think otherwise, though, I think I'm pretty okay. I'm sure I have the occasional slip up like most people.
Insatiable.
Yeah, that was bad. That was, yeah.
The insatiable Craig Rutledge.
I call the coworker insatiable. That's a good example. Good call there, Chairman. It's always your own guys, by the way.
It's always your own guys. Doug, we got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today showdown coming up here in a matter of moments. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. You can always go back and podcast. Watch the program on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. And you can podcast it on the 101 ESPN app or the TMASTL app, 2 separate apps. And that's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, Joey Vitale, Kyle Gibson, Gabe DeArmond, all with us on the program today. And we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action this evening following their win against Pittsburgh. That's going to be a 5:40 p.m. first pitch tonight. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Steve Gottsigan's teleprompter said, guys, Tim is right. And then the Rogue Onion says, I agree, Tim is right.
About what? Anything?
I mean, I can't speak for these guys. I'm not going to speak for these guys. That wouldn't be right, or these ladies. I apologize. You think Steve Gottsigan's teleprompter is a guy?
Of course it's a guy.
Tough to tell.
Thank you.
And what made his teleprompter so special? Everyone else at the station used the same one. It's not like we walk around with our own teleprompters.
BYOTP.
Amen. What a showdown we have here for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. The winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day, if it's Buck Swope or Riot's dad, wins the month of August. But, Doug, what a development we have.
What do we got?
Riot's dad hasn't emailed in.
Wow. Oh, no.
What a development.
Okay.
So if Buck Swope is to win, Buck Swope wins the month of August. If he doesn't, you got a one-game playoff on Tuesday. But then Riot's dad might not email in on Tuesday. And then Buck Swope would win by default.
Okay.
If he were to email in, I don't know.
No, I don't either.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make that change. Truer words have never been spoken, except for Tim, because I pray he never changes. Oh. You want to solve the Mizzou kicking problem? How about bringing in a soccer-style kicker? Don't you have a problem when somebody spells soccer, S-O-C-K-E-R?
I don't care for it, no.
And Steve Jungle was a member of the San Diego Sockers, and they spelt it that way?
Aren't they all soccer-style kickers now? There's not a straight-on kicker in the world, I don't believe. I haven't seen one since Mosley of the Redskins way back when.
Oh, yeah.
And I said Redskins, so I'll need some time away.
It's a win-win-win. Tim finishes his degree he deserves. Mizzou wins the national championship, and Mizzou gains its most famous graduate. Little known fact that there is a plaque in Francis Park of Tim's 67-yard field goal into the face of a 15-mile-an-hour headwind. But this email is about two ships passing in the night on Watson. And by ships, I mean two blonde-headed guys getting on.
Kevin Miller.
At the 7-Eleven. He pointed to the no parking in the rear sign, smiled, and said, rules are made to be broken. This convertible LeBaron is headed to Miami in the morning, so it's game time. Before I knew it, my hands were clasped with khaki-lined handcuffs, and and it gets a little graphic, but it mentions Corinthian leather.
Oh,
nice. On the LeBaron?
Ricardo Montalban used to do a commercial about rich Corinthian leather.
That's from Bud, and then his last name is Plug with two G's.
It isn't. It's from Kevin Miller, government name.
Hey, guys. I don't really want to admit this, but I'll be ball striking this afternoon over at Riverside due to a lack of foresight by me to book a tee time prior to this morning. Maybe I'll wave to the people over at Tapawango across the river, and they'll give me a sympathy invite to join their foursome. Mm-hmm. Anyway, Toodles, that's from the Kirkwood/Frontenac Bi-City area layman. DBA, the bastard child of Midge and Holiday World's own Bill Riley. P.S. Looking forward to the pay-per-view of Tim and Doug's viewing of the Human Centipede while eating White Castles and Burger McKernan.
That's just too long of a name.
It's just like an email signature.
I'll call him Burger McKernan.
Okay. And here's Buck Swope, Doug.
Oh, okay, good for him.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Cardinals won their family law special 4-1 in front of 18,000 fans, give or take 17,000.
Yeah.
Mizzou shipped Scottie Pippen's bunch from Central Arkansas 61-6, and we can pump sunshine up everyone's ass about it being Bo Perbula's coming out party, or we can face the reality that Mizzou is now relying on a true freshman kicker, and Sam Horn is never playing quarterback ever again. A development that surely will haunt the Warson Woods Wacko from his cell at the nut house as he pleads, Sam Horn was the starter. Why doesn't anyone believe me to anyone who comes near him? Gabe's banty about the mouth breathers huffing and puffing about the Wildcat, but I think the lead is that someone's eating chicken wings on the potty. Ours is the type of presentation where a former all-pro NFL wide receiver with many names feels free to drop in at any time and tell us that he loves us before doing a 10-minute live read for McDonald's. Following Libby Jack's meandering non-question, confessing how big of a fanboy he is, Don Mattingly said it makes him think that Chris Farley from The Chris Farley Show is in that body, asking Chad Ochocinco, remember that time you played FIFA with my friend Ethan? That was awesome.
That wasn't a question. I was just referencing that. I asked the question about fast food. That was the bulk of the interview. So, I don't need a medal or anything, but it's the facts.
I particularly enjoyed Martin fact-checking Chad's 2003 game log, revealing he did, in fact, play in St. Louis, to which Chad gave the Ichiro-esque reply, I have never heard of your dome. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, now you have to answer a question. The question is what you got.
I think it's pretty easy. It's Buck Swope yet again.
I disagree. What? I want to see Tim kicking for Mizzou this season. I'm going Bud Plug.
I'm going Swope.
Buck Swope has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and that means Buck Swope has won the month of August. Wow. Unbelievable the run this guy is on, Doug. Fun to watch, though.
Yeah,
Fun to watch.
yeah.
Scotty Scheffler, Buck Swope?
He's right in his prime. He's a superstar. He gets it done every day.
It's unbelievable. And now we have, I guess a handful of days, Jackson. I don't know, unless you go to the ballot box now for the TMA Listener of the Month.
The Papal Conclave will be on Tuesday afternoon.
So people can have 3 days to still submit.
Gotta give them until the end of the month.
The TMA Listener of the Month. TMASTL.com is where you go to sign up. And great news, you can keep your anonymity. Doug, we're going to shut it down for 3 days, if that's all right.
Okay, that's fine with me.
All right. BK and Ferrari are up next. We'll be back on Tuesday after the Labor Day weekend holiday. And the Monday festivities here will be a TMA Best Of, which Jackie Papers has prepared.
Curated.
It's curated for all of the listeners.
I don't know that you curated anything.
You listen to Best Ofs all day on 105.7 HD2.
Okay,
That's
true.
For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.